Last time, we built our over 2 million item storage warehouse with loading bays 2, and now it's time to properly hook up our storage, as well as a few of our other factories with a whole new fleet of trucks. Yes, welcome back everyone. There hasn't been any super major changes since the last episode, but I did go ahead and actually widen these loading bays a little bit so that our future trucks can fit in them better. And actually one thing that was kind of funny that my friend pointed out in my last video to me was I kind of forgot the word for loading bays for a minute, and so I was just coming up with any words in my last video to call these things. So they are loading bays, not individual truck depots. I mean, I guess they are, but whatever. And I also got some comments on my last two videos about certain settings I have in Create. And one of them was for our frogs here, because these frogs can reach all the way up to that chain conveyor up there, which is definitely not normal. And the easiest way to change that is by going into our Create settings, going into server config, you go into logistics, and then you can change this number here next to package port range. The default is 5 and I've set mine to 30, so it can now reach 30 blocks rather than 5. And then the other thing was for our tracks over here. As you can see, this is a really large track curve, which I don't think is possible in normal Create. And once again, all you have to do is go to your Create server config, go into trains, and then max track placement to the maximum you can go, which is 128. And that should allow you to have longer tracks. We just have to bear in mind that sometimes they'll go a little bit invisible in certain contexts, but it's not usually a massive issue. Now, as for today's episode, we are indeed building a brand new truck fleet, and the first one I'm going to be building one for is to move items from our old storage warehouse to our new one that we use elsewhere at some point, but that's going to be its main use to begin with. I'm going to start with our tires and general kind of base of the truck to begin with. Once again, using a bunch of our copycat blocks. We'll be making use of our industrial plating here, as well as some black concrete for the wheels and some stone buttons for the center of them. And this will be a little bit similar to my other trucks in terms of design, some slight variances. I think I am going to make this truck green, so we are going to be using some of our green concrete here. Now we'll even throw in some of these 4 iron bars to kind of make a little grill at the front, and also use these headlamps as well. I think probably about 2 on each side. We'll need some copycat stairs again, just to add our wheel arches, as well as use some more of our panels around the sides for our windshield. You can throw in some framed glass into that, as well as place some more of these vertical half layers so that these can act as wing mirrors. Throw in some more copycat folding doors to be able to get in and out. I think use some more of our copycat layers here, add a bit of a slant. Putting some steps in front of that. Place more of our concrete down, and probably have this go back a few blocks as well. And then for the actual back side of this, I'm going to use some more of these copycat slabs and actually double layer them up. I think on one side, I do want to continue using our green concrete and then also our plating for the back, so that we can continue bringing that up the back here for our kind of exhaust pipe looking things. And then that's more or less what I want for the cab. I might in fact actually take this out, place this with more plating just to make that look a little bit more interesting. Then as for the back here, I'm going to be placing down one massive green container. It's going to be about max size, I think. And then just so it's not too plain looking, I'm going to add some more of these copycat half layers to the side so we can place some of these catwalk railings on top of it. Although around the back, I think I'll be placing some of these headlamps, as well as a ladder up the back as well, I think. Then all I got to do really is add our train controls, and we're going to need one on both sides, because with our truck depot over here, I'm probably going to have trucks reverse into the insides of this area. So we do need controls on both sides, as far as I'm aware. And all we got to do is glue this together with the help of some helper blocks. So it's done in all one nice swoop, and then we can remove these blocks. Although I have just realized I actually need to split these into 2 separate things, because we need the front and back to be separate from one another. Otherwise it won't move around correctly when we finally put it on rails. But there we go, that should now work correctly. And now we need to just go underneath. And I did spend some time off screen kind of cutting out an area where our tracks need to go, at least alongside the main road. And that will do for now. But what I'm gonna do is come down here and place down a station, create a new train so that we can line up this truck to hopefully be right about where the wheels are. So we are gonna have to push this back by one. And then connect this up to the actual train itself, and then use some of these glass frames to come down so that it's mostly invisible, and then some blocks down the side just to make sure that it glues to the bogie. Then I need to more or less do the same thing with the back of the truck as well, making sure once again to line up the bogies with the wheels. And these back ones are going to be needing to be connected so that it goes around corners correctly, or at least as correctly as it can. Once again, make sure this is all glued together. Then in theory, if we just assemble our train here, we can move it backwards, for example, everything should be working rather nicely. Oh, I have suddenly appeared on top. That's weird create contraptions for you. But good, that does appear to be working. So all I've got to do now is cover up these holes I made. There we go, much better. And now the next thing I've got to really do is figure out exactly how I'm going to deal with all the tracks for our depot here. And I think I am going to build the tracks on top first, just so I can get a good idea of how I need to lay out this thing. And the truck is going to have to reverse in. So I think I need to place a train station here, tuck this in over there, as that's where the front of the truck should be as it's reversing in. And of course we are going to have a track coming along here. Have to have this turn in at some point, and then into this particular bit of track. I think I might have to give ourselves a little bit more room here. Either that or we come in at a bit of an angle instead. Like if we did it that way. I'm not sure if that would still be enough space. This might be a bit weird, but I'm going to actually try and pick up this train and just put it directly on for testing purposes. And we're going to have a bit of a floating truck while that happens, but that's fine. So let's try and get this to go in. We'll see if we can reverse it. I have a feeling that this is not going to be enough room. Because if we go all the way to the end... Oh, in fact, maybe it just is. It might just work. It does indeed fit into this point. The only problem is if any other additional trucks want to kind of come into here, then they're going to have to wait for this truck to move first. So that's a bit of a problem. I think I'll actually change this design up a little bit. And instead, I think I'll probably have a bit of track going to like the edge here, continuing that all the way along. And then I think we can probably have trucks kind of reverse in where they need to. Then also at the same time, we can probably have trucks kind of pull out here, head back onto the tracks. Now, the only issue would be our last loading bay, where I might have to get a little bit creative in how to bring trucks into there. But I'm going to continue the other bits of track for now, just so that they're all hooked up. And then hopefully we can come up with an idea. And I think this is going to end up being the best way. I ended up adding a little bit of a lane here so they can reverse back into loading bay 1. So I can just extend the road a little bit. That's fine. And then what I'm also now going to do is grab our schematic and quill. And I'm essentially going to make a schematic of all these tracks. That way we can literally just grab all the work I've done and use a cannon to place it underground. I actually found out about that trick from Vi, or Vi Plays MC, who is also another fellow creator here on YouTube, so go check them out. But if I line the schematic up with the tracks underneath, throw it back into our cannon here, and I'm going to throw a little temporary barrel down so I can throw some train tracks into it, because we don't want to print anything else, just the train tracks. Although let's also not forget the gunpowder too, and then just let that print away. And now all I have to do is just clear out the dirt and get ready to place the rest of our train stations. And then with this area cleared out and stations placed, where I've just named this storage 4, 3, 2, and 1, then also our reverses as well. I think we can get an animal to sit in here and give them a skew schedule with a travel to reverse 4, then storage 4, then it made a little temporary stop called truck finish. So if we make that a schedule delay of 0, so it starts reversing straight away, let's see how this goes. So it should reach the end, though apparently it can't find a suitable destination. I might have to adjust the stations underneath. I might have done them wrong. And then with that fixed, let's try that one more time. So we should be heading to the reverse point, should then start reversing into the depot here, which I guess I do need to actually place further back. I kind of assumed it did it from the front, but I guess it's whatever the nearest bogey is. So let's move those back a little bit. There we go. Sure to rename it again. So now it should fully reverse into the depot, which it did. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. And now it should leave again and head back on the left-hand side of the road. And it sure did. And that's exactly what I wanted. So I've just got to fix all the other bits of track, remove all the track on the surface here, and we should be ready to go. And with our little turnaround added and all the bits of track laid underneath, let's get in our truck over here. We'll have to excuse the sheep for now. Sorry, it's our truck. And head on to our destination, which is the old warehouse. And I've set up a bit of a temporary station here to pull up into. Although I did accidentally go past it, but whatever. And also, this truck behind at the moment, this is not a crash. The signal just happens to be exactly here. So it stopped directly behind my other truck, but whatever. Now I've just got to figure out how to move everything onto this truck. And it's probably going to be a little bit janky. I mean, it's a temporary solution anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to throw up some of these girders and chain conveyors. We can connect a post box up, and I'll throw down some item drains and a barrel with some funnels, of course, and then get our frog to connect up to the chain conveyor. And then if I just connect up to this chain conveyor to the one outside, I think I can start pulling out of these by just placing a chest down along with some chutes to just go straight in. We'll grab another packager to go on there and then hook this up to the system with a frog. And I think I am going to call this, we'll just call this truck for now. Then if I put a sign on the side of this, we can also just put truck in that. And then if I put a lever on this, it should start placing these boxes into our truck over here, hopefully. It does seem to be working. Can't obviously tell exactly right now because this is still contraption, but we've got to pretty much just wait for all of these to empty out. It's gonna probably take a little while. And actually what I should do is replace the top one with a smart chute so things move through quicker. And then I've just got to do that for all our 3 current item vaults in here. And because they're all going into packages, I'm kind of hoping that we only need the one trip, but we'll see what happens. And in fact, I actually made a very small change where I've added a little timer here instead so that it can pick up more things at once. That should definitely make it fit. And that is our 3 vaults emptied out, which kind of makes this old storage place decommissioned, which is actually kind of a little bit sad in its own way. I did like this little building that I made, and I liked coming to go visit Edison and Nicola, but it's time to move on. And in fact, part of that moving on is actually taking Edison out of their seat here and taking them to my other warehouse. We're just going to have some cow butt in our face for a little bit. And they, of course, can become our new storage clerk as well. I just need to also grab the stock ticker from inside our old place as well. Yoink. And then all we got to do now is get back in our truck here and take it back to the new warehouse. All of our other trucks are being patiently waiting for this truck to move out the way. Now, the only problem with this roundabout is that for some reason it's really hard to drive through it when you're just doing it manually. So I might have to move this truck manually with our wrench. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. Now to actually head back to the warehouse. Now, if I come in and reverse into this spot, before I actually fully approach the station, I'm going to have to make a few changes real quick. because I actually need to move this belt line back a little, because obviously our items are going to come in as packages and we need to unpack them first. So I'm going to place a barrel here with a packager coming out of it, as well as of course our funnel, and then replace our belt here, and also include a funnel on this side. I am going to be a bit lazy with the power at the moment and just hook this straight up through the wall, because I still need to come up with a proper solution for this. And I also need to make sure that this is actually going the right way. So let me try that again. And that should in theory all work properly now. So if we now rename this temporarily to not storage, but just truck, I think, I'll be able to get back into our truck here and approach the storage. And then suddenly remember that I actually forgot to hook up the post box to the train station. So that's a big whoops from me. There we go. Things are now coming out into here. And we of course just need to set up a lever. Oh no, I still done it wrong. I had the packager and the barrel the wrong way around, and excuse the mess I've made. Now everything is moving up through the chutes here and into our new storage containers. And if we grabbed our stock ticker from before and connect up to the network and click on Edison again, we can now see all of our stuff again. And I am going to throw in our category filter here just for the create stuff. So it's at the top. There we go. Our truck is fully empty. I've sorted out all the different belt lines for our loading bays, including their names. I've just done SW to mean storage warehouse and then the number corresponding. Of course, now we can access absolutely everything through Edison we had before. And now we're going to leave this area for now because I want to make 2 more trucks today, and they're going to be both back in the desert area. And the first truck I want to build is to bring this sand over towards my train station. But before I build this truck, I need to actually set up this vault to actually be able to dump stuff into a truck. And firstly, that involves actually turning the system off, because all these items are still coming down and I don't want them to. And then I need to remove all the stuff of this vault, and there's, you know, a casual 9k sand, so there's gonna be bit of a mess here. It's a lot of sand. Okay, and with all that cleared up, I essentially want to make a nice big hopper over here to sit high enough above the truck, making it look like it's going in. So I am going to remove our belts here, or at least push them back a little bit. I'm going to raise these girders up probably by about 4, I think, to the height that I want it to. Build up the girders on this side as well, and kind of just bridge across, including some of our angled girders here, which I have been getting a few questions about in the comments. So these are from Create Bits and Bobs, one of the newer mods out there for Create. But now for the hopper itself, I am once again probably going to be using some of our industrial plating, making a general kind of hopper shape with the help of some of our copycat blocks as well. And I think something like that will do, although I think I am going to throw in some of this other dark metal plating on the sides, just so it's not all one material. And if I actually get this belt set up so it flings any sand up into here, and add some encased train drives just for the sake of symmetry, I'm then actually going to place down a vertical item vault, which are part of the Vibrant Vaults mod, and then throw down some andesite funnels on top. Because my idea is that any kind of sand and clay coming through our system will get thrown off and into this vault. Now, of course, I do actually want to cover this up with a bunch of sand, but I do need items to be able to, you know, actually go into the funnels. So I'm going to use this copycat ghost block to essentially cover all the areas in sand that I would like, but still items can pass through, just like so. And then also just place the rest of the sand around as well. And while I have been using post boxes for all my other systems, I think I am going to use a typical kind of package storage interface for this. Have a smart chute above this so it goes straight into the portable storage interface. And then once our truck comes along, you can connect up and pull out any of the sand that's currently in this vault. And actually one other thing I'd like to do with this, and the reason why I pushed this over by 1, is to add a threshold switch with a bit of a redstone link on it. I think I'm also going to set up a clutch in here with said redstone link so that whenever the vault out here gets a little bit too full, it just turns off the system. So we don't have have sand and stuff piling up. Oh, and also the other thing I guess I forgot to do was slow down these belts, because they're currently flicking the sand way too far. I think I need to reduce it to like, I don't know, maybe about 80, let's say. I think 80 should probably do. Yeah, there we go. 80 is plenty. But if I actually set up this threshold switch, change this to stacks, and we'll probably scroll up to it's about as high as we can go and reduce this down to like, I'll say 150 stacks. And then once it gets low again, it will continue with the system. Now I'm just going to kind of go around with our industrial iron here and just fix up all the belts and stuff so that they're encased. Add some extra supporting columns for our hopper over here. And now let's actually build our truck. And like the front engine cabin part is going to be pretty much the same as the last one, but in red. So I'm just going to quickly do that. Now, as for the rest of this thing, we are once again going to have a similar design as before, but I do want this to be more of a general container that we can just pour the sand into with the same base as before, and then using some of our panels to go around with this kind of reinforced red concrete, I think on the bottom, some smooth on the side, and then this pegged red concrete for the middle parts, and then use some more of our copycat slices to sit on top. Of course, I'm just going to continue this design around. There, I think I'm going to throw in some of the striped concrete at the front and back. Then, of course, for the inside here, I am just going to add a little bit of a small item vault. Doesn't need to be huge. As well as a portable storage interface that we can make connect up with this one, although I think it's one block too low at the moment. What I actually need to do is lower everything down here, as I need to make this thing probably about 2 deep. And there's that sorted, and then we can more or less just throw down a bunch of sand here, making sure to also color up our portable storage interface, because it can just move directly through that. And I'll even make sure that our sand kind of goes over these edges here a little bit. And with the design done, all I gotta do now is attach it to the tracks underneath. Now, the only problem with the tracks underneath here is that they are significantly deeper than they are in the main town, but you guys get the general gist of how it works, so I'll just quickly do that. And with all that set up and glued, there's one thing I did kind of forget I need to implement into this, and that is a portable storage interface into the side of this truck as well, so we can get things out of it. And because I do need it on this side, I think I am going to change up some of the truck on the inside. And now we can squeeze in our portable storage interface and just put a panel over it as well to hide it. Perfect. Now, if we go and assemble our train here, we should be able to move our truck forward with no major issues. And yep, there we go, working rather nicely. The only thing I need to really do now is quickly add a seat to this thing so I don't get thrown out like this. I am going to bring this truck to over here, where I do actually need to set up a proper train station. And I also went ahead and set up our postbox situation. Any kind of items coming from our trucks will be going into this storage to be turned into packages and then sent off into a train. And I also ended up raising up the bit that's going to be grabbing containers and stuff because it was kind of in the way. So at least it's still there. And then the last truck of the day is going to be for our terracotta and gold farm. And just because I've done so many trucks today, I think I'm going to make this one a little bit of a time lapse. There we go, there's this truck all complete. As you can tell, I added a little bit of an extra carriage on the back here because this is meant to be a bit of like our armored vehicle as such, which holds onto the gold. And I also set up the belts coming out of our terracotta and gold storage here so that they can be input into our truck. I did make it so that there is a observer here to tell when there is a train around. That goes to this redstone link, and that tells whether these belt funnels should actually turn on and off. So things will only get emptied from this storage once the truck has arrived. Now really all I gotta do with both these trucks is set up some schedules. I need to obviously first find a mob, and I know there was an armadillo here. Here we go. Let me just grab this guy. This guy can be our driver for this truck. I always forget that I need a lead to actually put them into the seats when they're contraptions. Then if we get our train schedule here, we'll travel gold/terracotta mine to begin with. And I think I'm going to make this wait, I'm going to say about 3 minutes here. And then we need to obviously travel to the desert station. This can pretty much go into 5 seconds of cargo inactivity. And actually, I've just realized before I give it to this armadillo, I need to set up some signals, because otherwise our trucks might accidentally collide into each other. But luckily, I only have to do it on the important parts. And with that sorted, let's get this guy going. He should now be sitting here for a few minutes. And then for this truck, there should be a bunny rabbit around or something. Here we go, here's one. He's escaping, come back. And then his schedule is going to be travel to the sand miner, wait there for about 3 minutes, and then head to the desert station. And once again, cargo inactivity for 5 seconds. And there we go. That should be our 2 trucks going around our system, although I think I did forget to set a speed on them, so they might be going a little bit fast at the moment. I should probably fix that, but I can at least confirm this works. Let me quickly add a limit speed to like probably about 25%, I think. And set it to this one as well. In fact, I'm going to skip the current stop just to make sure that it moves. Oh, it's going backwards. That was not the intention. God damn it. Okay, now I think it should be working correct. There we go. Now it's going forward. Kind of forgot that they could have a potential going backwards when they have 2 controls, but whatever. And yeah, it definitely seems that both these trucks are working. As you can see, we do have our terracotta and gold nuggets in here, and the sand is starting to come in as well from our truck here. But that's all I have time for today. We've got our 3 trucks running, and I think in between episodes, I'll probably get the train running in between our desert area and main home base, so we can finally have all these resources from up here back at home as well. Let me quickly move out of the way of that moving truck. Yes, thank you everyone for watching once again. Thank you for the 3K subs, which we got to extremely quickly. My video from 2 weeks ago seems to be continuing to do well, and even my video from last week has done very well in comparison to my others. So thank you everyone for the support. I super appreciate it, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we built a whole new fleet of trucks to help move items around our world. And now it's time to build a new factory and start mass processing a bunch of items with the help of some processing modules. Hello and welcome back everyone. In between episodes, I did get a few things done. I did set up our little desert train over here to obviously come from the desert back to our main base. And that's dropping off our sand, terracotta and gold for us back to our warehouse, which is actually being run by our green truck that we made from last episode, which is now fully running in between our train yard pickup over here to our storage warehouse. And over in our little desert area, I have set up some chunk loaders around to make sure that things are loaded correctly in terms of exporting stuff back to the home base. Now, these do look a little bit ugly at the moment. They're kind of just sitting out in the open with our power lines. And I originally had these set up connected directly to our train stations or our truck stops, which means that whenever, like, for example, a truck comes by, it will come into the station and then the area is loaded in by these power loaders. But I had a very big scare this week. Problem was that I set them up. I was, just browsing the internet briefly, and then my game crashed, which, Minecraft does that sometimes. But I went to reopen my world and it wasn't loading. It was stuck. It was getting stuck at about 18%. And I hadn't backed up my world for about 2 weeks at that point. And so, that's kind of a lot of work. And so I panicked a little bit, maybe a lot. But in the end, I did figure out that these power loaders were the issue at hand. And I kind of figured it was to do with how they work with the train stations. I just had to kind of temporarily uninstall the mod so that the world would reopen again. But I opted to just go for permanently loaded ones like we have behind me. And I'll make sure to do more backups in the future. Now, as for today's episode, I want to set up a new factory kind of right next to our warehouse, probably about behind me, where I want to start mass producing a bunch of things, because I've been doing a lot of stuff manually so far, and I probably should have done this like 20 episodes ago. We're doing it now at least. And I think the first thing to do real quick is get this place covered in some grass so I have a foundation to build on. There we go. And as for the style of this building, I am going to be using a similar set of materials as I did for my warehouse storage over there, but with an ever so slightly different design in buildings. So we get started with our door frame here, which is mostly going to be surrounded with this umber brick. I have that about 9 blocks high, with some of these beams going across. And because of this weird texture bug, I always tend to place in some of our polished stone, as for some reason that one doesn't break the material. And I'm going to use some of these walls. I literally was going to call them brick walls, but I guess the walls are also brick walls. You get what I mean. And then I think I can place some more of these umber bricks on top. And I'm also going to throw in some fans, just because I like how those look for factories. As for the top of this, we'll probably just keep using our polished stone and some copycat steps just to add a little bit of trim. And yes, I have kind of learnt my lesson from the last building in terms of using copycat blocks. There's definitely still going to be plenty in this one, but not as much as last time. And then I think I want a nice big window on this side, and then a little bit of a kind of garage entrance of some sorts on the other side. So we'll start with this side first, and I do want to make sure that this wall sticks out a little bit so we get a little bit of depth to this building. I think we're going to once again use our brick walls with our beam going across here, and I think I'm going to use some of this industrial iron window panes, and not the weathered kind, just the normal kind. Fill in this area for our window and throw in some more fans for good measure. I think I'm going to actually add some of these diagonal girders, actually replace these with some copycat stairs instead, so that looks a little bit more supported. And in fact, actually I'm going to do that over here as well, because I like how that looks a bit more. Then as for our little mini garage over here, I think I'm going to pull out from the front a little bit and kind of have this slope down a little bit, as I do want a bit of a roof on top of this. We can use some more of our brick wall to come across a bit, have another brick wall on the other side here, making sure to add our polished stone at the bottom, and have that slant up like the other side. And the actual garage bit itself is going to be a little bit wider than the actual building, so I'm going to quickly build what should be at the top here, just so at least that bit is mirrored with the other side. Throw some of these half slab down so we can put some polished stone on top. And then for the actual roof itself, I'm going to use some of these blocks from McCaw's roofs. I'm going to use some of this grey concrete roof for the edges, and then just some of this normal grey roof for the rest. And then there's that bit done. I ended up bringing it around the other side as well and adding this cute little gutter, as I like that little detail. And then as for our second floor, oh, hi truck. As for our second floor, I think I would like to use some more of our dusk bricks, which I find weirdly hard to say, and mostly just have this so we can add some more windows in. I am going to make use of our industrial iron window panes again. Then I think once again I'm going to use some more of our beams and girders to go up the sides. While I am thinking about girders, I think I'm actually going to throw down some slanted ones, the wall over here. There we go. And I think I'm going to use some of these diagonal metal supports from Design and Decor. Throw up some of these edgestone bricks so that I can place down some more of our copycat stairs to add some more of our polished stone. And then that is more or less the design I want. I just need to continue that on both sides. And there we go. There is that second floor done. I even added some glowstone lanterns at the top here for a bit of extra light. Then as for the roof, I do want it to be like a little bit rounded, or at least I don't want a completely flat roof. So for the roof, I'm going to actually use some of these hell bricks, which are made from limestone and bricks from Create Deco, just to kind of get an idea of how this roof line is going to look. And I kind of skipped ahead a little, but I essentially wanted something along these lines. But I do think the center of this could do with something maybe a little bit more interesting. And what I'm going to do is actually use some of these blocks of experience because they shine up rather nicely. Throw a flywheel in front and then add our slope blocks here. And that adds a nice little feature for the center there, so it doesn't look as empty. Would be kind of nice if it was more centered, but good enough. And now in terms of like the front kind of exterior, I think it's looking pretty good. I think I may add some of the little red industrial lamps up the doorway and window. And then realistically, it's more about starting to design the sides of these buildings. And we don't really need to reinvent the wheel for this. So I think we'll have a 5 wide situation. And most of our first floor is actually going to be just brick rather than any kind of windows and such. And I am actually going to throw in some of this verdant brick wall. It's a normal green type bricks, which are made out of iridium and brick. And then for our other floors, continuing with more of this cracked umber brick, and we'll probably just have 2 kind of smaller windows like so. Some more copycat steps for trims and such. And then for our top floor, have a similar situation, but with a bigger window like we have for the rest of this floor. And that's more or less the design I want. And I think now we're going to go into a little bit of a time-lapse mode while I kind of build the rest of these walls on both sides of the building. There we go, there is our more or less completed exterior to our processing facility. You may have noticed that I did use the cannon to make this a little bit faster, and that these diagonal kind of girders were not placed properly by the cannon, which I actually do think is fixed in the mod now, but I haven't quite updated just yet. But I fixed those, and I also went ahead and did a little bit of the interior walls as well, ready for us to start building stuff in here. But one thing I want to add to this wall in particular is try not to get run over by a truck. Place some chimneys down. And funny enough, I'm probably going to have to actually remove some of these girders here so that we can fit them in. And I think I'm simply just going to pull out from the building here, perhaps not quite that far, and build up a little bit of a brick base to begin with, and then use some more of our verdant wall here to make it look a bit more interesting, and then continue our little bit of trim around. We're gonna have to use some bites for some of these corners over here, and luckily the texture kind of continues through them, so it looks pretty good still. Gonna add a little bit of this industrial iron bars, which conveniently does fit right on the edge of this because it is meant to be in the middle of the block. And then as for the chimney itself, I'm probably going to have a kind of 3x3 situation. And thanks to the fact that these bricks do come in stair variations, so I don't need to use copycats, I'm definitely going to use them a lot in this particular build. And have some girders going up, meeting up to probably some industrial plating up here. And then use some of these dusk bricks going even further up, or adding some more polished stone. And then I've come up with maybe a little bit of an odd design for the rest of this chimney, and that does involve a bunch of flywheels. And I did do something similar to this over at the concrete factory. What I'm essentially going to do is place down a flywheel and actually place some bricks down, although preferably facing the right way, a bit like that, and have that all the way around so that we can only see that much of it, and then more or less kind of continue that idea, but going up with the different colors and just having some stairs placed on each level. And yeah, basically the idea of that was to kind of give it a slightly more rounded look, at least of what's possible with the current mods that I have. And then I also added some of these cage lamps on top with a little campfire on top to add a little bit of a smoke effect. And now I do want to add a second one, but what I think I'm going to do again is do a bit of a time lapse, add our second chimney in, get our roof done, and add a little bit of foliage and stuff. That way we can get this building ready for all the create stuff that we need to do inside. Okay, and there is our exterior finally actually done. I did have to make a few small changes since the time lapse. I had to redo some of these parts of the roof as there was a little bit of a bug with the copycat blocks, but nothing too major. And of course, I also got in a bit of a floor down as well. And now it's actually time to start making some of our processing facilities. I think I'm going to start with our smelter, smoker, haunter, washer kind of situation. And each one of these sections in the wall is going to be about how wide each one of our modules are. So let's start planning this out a little bit. It's going to be the general footprint of it. And then I'm going to throw some girders down for aesthetic reasons. There we go. And then even add some of these little lanterns to go on each side to light up the area a bit. And then for the actual setup itself, we're going to place down our fans with a little bit of a gap in between, mostly just so it fits. And then I'm going to quickly put some blocks here so that we can place down our soul campfire for haunting, water for washing, our campfire for like cooking, and lava for smelting. Then if I just bring up the floor here a little bit and place down some chests with some smart chutes on top and connect a packager to both of these. And then I'm just going to place down these frogs for now until I actually set up my chain drives. Going to throw up some glass in between so that when I remove these blocks, nothing leaks out. Although what I'm also going to do is actually place some copycat panels here and put some framed glass in those as well, so that the water and lava don't kind of stream towards the smart chutes. And of course I need a way to actually input our items into this. So I'm going to place down some chutes, put some barrels on top. We'll add our packages behind and some frogs on top. And that's the general gist of what this module is going to look like. I'm going to have to set up some specific things, like for example, with these smart chutes, I need to set up some attribute filters so that items only go into the filters when they are ready to do so. And so the first one we're going to do is I'm actually going to grab some sand as our reference item. And then you can scroll down here and you can see can be washed as an option. So I'm just going to add attribute to the list. I'm actually going to delete that a second and actually do the opposite attribute to this list. So it cannot be washed. Then we can place this filter onto here. Any items going down there will only go into the filter if they have already been washed. Then the same thing goes with the haunter. I'm going to add sand as a reference again for can be haunted. Do the same thing. Place that here as well. For our kind of cooking thing, I'm going to actually use some kelp as our reference because it's actually smoked. Once again, same thing, add that to there. And then the last one, once again, we can actually use the sand, can be smelted, opposite attribute, and place that there as well. Also, apparently high wandering merchant. So that's the smart filter setup, and that's pretty much what we need. All I need to do now is set up some power for this thing. I think we're just going to clear out the back here and add our encased chain drives, and then figure out how to actually get power into this building. And I already have this power line over here, which kind of jankily goes through the wall into our storage, but I think I need to add a proper system finally to this area. And honestly, I think that might just be me putting the power underground, because I'm kind of fed up of having to deal with all the different power lines. So let me do that real quick. And there we go, there is our power hooked up. We can see our fans spinning around. And what I ended up doing is just putting a bunch of chain conveyors under the ground, pretty much where our rail lines go, which is, you know, not that unrealistic to real life, but maybe a bit unrealistic. And now we also don't have the ugly power line going across the train tracks as well, although apparently I missed one, so let me just grab that. Now I'd actually like to hook up these frogs to some kind of chain system. I am going to temporarily add some girders over on this side for a good reason. That's because I essentially want to use these as a kind of support for our chain conveyors. And I am going to just hang them above everything else just a little bit. Make sure to make that a industrial iron one. And then use our girder struts, or our diagonal girders, whatever you want to call them, to kind of hold them up. And we can do that pretty much on all parts where the girders kind of line up with each other. Connect the conveyors up. Actually start placing some of these frogs down. And these ones are going to send packages, and we don't need to name them or anything, but we are going to need to place some signs on our packages down here, and we need to just call this store items. Of course, do that on both of them. So any items coming out of these chutes go into the chest and then get pulled out by our packager and into our frogs. Now I actually need to make sure that these are powered so that they will actually just go straight in. And then I'm probably just going to add a panel on these sides just to kind of cover the hole up. And then for our chain drives here, till the rest is set up, I'm going to bring the chain drives out to about here and get this stuff connected up to our storage. This is probably going to look a little bit ugly at the moment until I figure out a proper solution how to do these chains in between. But at least this gives us a connection to our storage. And then I also need to hook up these frogs to our chain conveyor as well. And these ones are definitely going to have to be named. And this one is our washer, so I'm probably literally just going to call it washer. Gotta have our haunter one, smoker, as well as our smelter. And before I give this a test, I actually need to change this attribute filter, because what I also want to do is actually make a list filter and grab our stone here and also our attribute filter. Because stone can actually effectively be smelted into smooth stone, and I don't actually want that. So I had to make an exception where stone can also fit into there. And we can obviously place our frog back. And now let's actually head back to our storage warehouse. What I'm going to do is actually come to Nickel over here, and I'll need to set up a proper clipboard for this. But I'm just going to type in smelter for now, and I'm going to send a couple of stacks of cobblestone. So in theory, this box should be heading out the back, which it did. It's going all the way along there, and is picked up by this frog, dropped down into here, and then once those have smelted, they go down, the frog gets it, and they are being sent back to our storage system, and you can just see them going down the belt and up into our shipping container likely here. So that appears to all be working rather nicely. Now for this next module, I'd like to do a bunch of presses. So we're going to do a similar setup to the other side with this module here. And this one's probably going to be a little bit more simple to set up. So I'm going to place down my 5 smart chutes first with some depots on top and our presses on top of that. Rotate these around just to make sure that they're facing the right way. And I'm actually going to set up a belt behind here, because what I essentially want to do is place a bunch of funnels going into the depot. And up here, we're going to place a barrel down with a packager going into it. Of course, a frog to also connect to that packager. And we'll just call this presser. And then I'm going to place a brass funnel on this barrel so that it drops any items that are going into it straight down, and it can be evenly distributed between all our different presses. Now I have to remove some of this floor again so that I can add a vault and another chest. So I can once again do the packager trick and hook up these frogs to go back to our main storage. And then we can, of course, once again cover up the gap with some copycat panels. And then as for our smart chutes here, I once again need to set up an attribute filter for it. And the best way to do that is grab an iron sheet for our reference and see if it's tagged C plates and add that to our list. And then also, because we use Create Deco, which have their own system, I'm going to add our industrial iron plate as well and add that as well, just to make sure that it's all working rather nicely. And so I've duplicated that 5 times, and I'm just going to place these all on our smart chutes. I need to once again add our levers down here so they get automatically placed back into our storage. And I need to come down here and set up the power to bring up to the top and bring that power through to the inside. Well, then we've got to reverse the direction of that. There we go. And then in order to power the presses up here, I'm going to actually use a case chain drive along with another gearbox. And then I'm going to actually use these cogwheels from Create Bits and Bobs as well, so that we can then chain those together, and that powers the top part as well. And I kind of rather like seeing the chain in the background there. And then just for the sake of aesthetics, I think I'm going to place these all with their industrial iron variants. Go. And then I actually thought about placing this back wall here, though I suppose I can use my mech trowel. But I wanted to replace the back here with this this striped yellow concrete. Just add a little bit of color into the background and, you know, like, oh, danger, warning, or whatever. And now all I gotta do is give this a little bit of a test run. Once again, go back to our storage, and we have some iron, so I'm gonna put 2 stacks in there and take this to the presser. So that should go out back and then get dropped onto our depots. And currently at the moment, the frogs are placing them out probably a little bit too quickly. I might have to put a timer on these instead of just the lever, just so we don't have too many boxes. But that did indeed seem to work. And yeah, there we go. I placed some 10-second pulse timers instead, so it doesn't make too many packages. Now, our next module is going to be for our mixers. And I must admit, I'm not 100% sure if the way that I'm going to be making this is actually going to work. Can't find out until we try. But essentially, we're going to have 3 mixers total. We're going to have one for our water, one for just general mixing, and one for lava recipes. And the reason why I'm putting the packages on the sides of these is that I want to put some pipes into the backs of these. Although actually only our center mixer is probably going to need our blaze burner. As far as I'm aware, the water and lava recipes don't need it. So maybe we'll do them underneath after all, and place our packages around the back. And actually, these 2 pipes are probably going to end up connecting up, so I might as well go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to place the chutes next to them. And I could just use normal chutes for this, but I kind of want it to look similar to the rest. And then underneath here, I'm going to need to place our item vaults, because we're going to need to actually place some packages on those with our frogs on top, of course, and that will be exporting it back out into our storage. Gonna need our mechanical mixers, as well as some cogs to go in between them, and I'm gonna use my industrial stuff to cover those up again. But essentially, we're going to need to set up our frogs back here. This one being our water mixer, have our just normal mixer, and then our lava mixer. And my main worry with these actually is that if I send multiple different types of things that need to be mixed, I'm not entirely sure if the system is going to be clever enough to kind of differentiate between that. But all we can do is test. But I am going to quickly set up our fluids down here. There is our water and our fluid transmitter from our power station, which I must admit is still kind of a boring way of doing this, but I really needed that extra FPS. And with the help of this belt, I brought some power down to our 2 different pumps from our water and lava. So now our burner is on, as well as this mixer being filled with lava and this one with water. And bringing that power up to our iron mixers should now mean that all of this should be working rather nicely. And as a little test, we'll head back to the warehouse, we'll come up to Nicola, change this to mixer, and let's try and make some of these brass ingots. Let's just make 10. That will send our zinc and copper to our mixer. That is picked up, mixed straight away, plop down into here. And I have realized I do need to give some power to these, so let's place those. Although I have forgotten that these should only send packages. I have also forgotten to actually set some signs on these. These things only have limited sides, so I may have to figure this one out. Okay, there we go. I put the signs out on the front for the store items, as well as a lever on the back, and moved our power to our mixers away from this spot. Now, I don't know where that package actually went. I'm just going to presume it went into one of our storage things. Anyway, let's say I want to make some more pulp. The way to do that is by throwing in some oak saplings to our water mixer, and it should go into this frog, which it does. Starts getting mixed up and is now also being sent out by this frog. We'll perhaps have to figure out the timers again, but that does seem to work. I don't know how it works when it's underneath a lot of pressure, but we'll find out when we start using some factory gauges. So that's going to have to wait for next time. I am out of time this week, so we'll be continuing with this build and all the different kind of processing modules, as well as adding all of our factory gauge and stuff probably in the next episode. But thank you everyone for watching today. I appreciate it. We're almost at 4,000 subscribers now somehow. That railway lane video did extraordinarily well, and honestly, so have my other 2 videos. So thank you everyone for the support, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we started building our new item processing factory and the modules needed for that, and now it's time to complete the rest of our modules and start truly automating things with factory gauges. But yes, welcome back everyone. No major changes since the last episode. Obviously we got our 3 modules in and now we just need to complete the rest of them. And I think we're going to start with some crushers. I am going to do quite a few of them, probably about 3 in a row. Put some smart chutes in the bottom and top. Going to need some item vaults on top. Come back here, throw down some gearboxes. And I can even use some encased chain drives to bring some power to that. And I'm pretty sure that's going the right way. Sometimes it's hard to tell with these things. And then I think we're going to have 2 packages going into this vault here. And we can hook up our frogs on top. We can honestly just name these both the same. We just name them Crusher. And that way any kind of packages that are coming along can go into either one of them, rather than just having to wait for the one frog. And as for underneath here, we're gonna need obviously another vault for all the items to go into, another packager, and another frog so we can send this back to our storage. And that's honestly pretty much the gist of that. I think once again, I'm going to make sure to place down a timer here and we can set this to about 10 seconds like the others. Then I'm probably just going to kind of decorate around this thing just so it doesn't look so floaty. And there we go, that's that done. That was quite a simple one. We can even do a little test. And let's say I want to crush some diorite. Obviously you have to put crusher here, send that off, comes in over here. You probably can't hear it, but it is indeed crushing inside. And then that should go back and we should have some quartz from that. And I did actually already have some quartz in here, but that's more than we had before, so it's working. As for our next module, it's going to be our precision mechanisms, which is obviously a mostly one item kind of machine, but precision mechanisms are using quite a lot of stuff, so definitely useful to have them automated. And the first thing I'm actually going to do is place down a belt. Because if you are not familiar with precision mechanisms, they're essentially made from putting a gold sheet through 3 deployers with the cogwheels and an iron nugget 5 times until it has a chance of making the precision mechanism. So essentially what I need to do here is place down 3 deployers on top of this belt, and that's going to have our cogwheel, our large cogwheel, and our iron nugget going into them. We're going to need to place a vault behind, have a brass funnel going inwards, which I'm going to need to place a filter on at some point, and then an andesite funnel coming out of our item vault here. And then in terms of the gold plate that needs to come in at the beginning, it's going to place down a barrel with, again, another andesite funnel, have a packager coming out of that with a frog, with, of course, the press as well to make sure that is pressed down into a gold plate. Then any items that don't fit this filter will then come along down into this chute, place a barrel underneath, a packager, and then once again, another frog. Then if I bring the power through for our belt and such, making sure that this is going the right way. And to get the power actually from our deployers down, I think I'm going to use these planed cogwheels again with our chains. So it makes that nice and easier to do at a diagonal. I'm going to quickly just temporarily give these 1 item of each of those. I'm going to throw in some gold. And now that it's come out, I'm going to grab this incomplete precision mechanism and I'm going to place it in this filter here so that whenever one of these passes, it goes into the vault and then comes out at the beginning of the system again to go back around, as it needs to do it 5 times. But of course, I still need to actually feed these deployers. So I'm going to place some barrels on top with 3 more packages and frogs. And actually, let me set up these chain drives real quick, because I'm going to need them. There we go, set up the chain and the names of these frogs. And essentially what I want to do with these 3 is I want to come around here with some factory gauges on these packages, although first, I actually need to hook these to our storage link network. And what I can do here is, for example, for the small cog, I'm going to place the factory gauge onto the back of the packager for the small cogs. We'll place our cogwheel in, set this to small cog, and we're going to say that we want this to constantly have at least, let's say, 20 cogs. Now, we don't currently have any cogs in the actual system, as I haven't gotten that far yet, but for the sake of testing, I'm just going to craft a ton of cogs, and I'm just going to put 20 straight into our system. So in theory, once it goes into the storage, it should be cooled and taken out like it just did. And it came over to this frog, and now there's 20 cogwheels sitting in here. And this is now completed what it wanted to do. So we just need to do that for both the large cogwheel and the iron nuggets as well. And there we go, there's those 3 set up. We did actually already have some iron nuggets in, so that filled, but not any large cogs yet. And once again, for the sake of it, I've made some large cogwheels, so we'll put that into the system. And then in Nicola, we're going to do Precision Mech, which is the name of the frog that I set up for our precision mechanism. And then I'm going to send one gold ingot over, as that's what we need to actually make our precision mechanisms. That will get sent over. I'm going to pick up the one that's already here. And one thing I've just suddenly realized is I forgot to place the funnels underneath the storage. They don't automatically pull out, so let me fix that. Okay, we're going to try that again. I'm just going to throw a gold sheet here. That should go through constantly until we get an item from this. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. But you can see we got a precision mechanism, it worked correctly, and that's back off to our storage. And also, I guess it just placed a bunch of cogwheels. I didn't realize that's how that worked, but let me fix this real quick. But yes, that's more or less what I wanted for this system. Make sure to cover up the holes here, and I'll throw this on as well just to get that done. And then our next module is gonna be for our casings, most notably our andesite, brass, and copper. And there is train casings as well, but I'm going to do that somewhere else in another episode. So let's once again do our surround. And as for this one's probably going to be a little bit on the tool side actually, sort of because of how this is going to work. But I'm going to place a bolt down underneath first with some chutes on top, as well as some depots on top of that, and then some deployers on top of that. And essentially each one of these deployers are going to be for our different casing types. So we have our andesite alloy, our copper ingot, and our brass ingot. And luckily we don't actually need a bit of storage for this, so we can use our packages directly onto our depots, then connect some frogs up to our chain drives here. And I'll be calling these, andesite casing, copper casing, etc. And those are going to pretty much just bring in our stripped wood. And then for our deployers, we're obviously going to need each one of these metals. So we're going to once again use some smart chutes. And then I know I kind of did it with barrels over here, but I think I'm actually going to use an item vault for this one. And then use a packager with, once again, another frog on top of that. And I'm just going to call this casing metals, I think, because I'm going to do what I did over here with our factory gauges, but on this one instead. I can just stick this on. You can put our andesite alloy in here, probably tell it to do a whole stack for this, and then do the same for our copper and brass as well. Making sure to actually set the restocker settings to the correct address. And I need to make sure I set these filters as well to make sure that they go into the right deployers. And what I'm going to do real quickly is actually remove these smart chutes and place our acacia logs here and quickly just get some power into this to make one of each type. And then we can put our chutes back in and then obviously place our casings in the filters for our smart chutes. So they only pull down once the casings have actually been made. And then really the last thing for this one is to do our typical frog setup, making sure to place a sign on the side for store items and placing a timer down at about 10 seconds so the frog isn't going off too much. And make sure to cover that up as well. And then went ahead and changed up the power supply situation. And that's all of our casings done. Next up is actually going to be our copper oxidizers / waxer. And it's going to be the last kind of machine in this particular row. And I haven't actually used that much copper in this playthrough yet, but that's because I kind of find copper kind of annoying to deal with in terms of weathering and stuff, or at least controlled weathering. So that's what this system is going to be for. So we're going to add our belt, kind of like the system for our precision mechanism. And as some of you may know, copper kind of exists in 4 stages. We have our kind of normal set, our exposed, our weathered, and our oxidized copper blocks. So what I do need to do is set up 3 separate spouts for the 3 different types of copper and a deployer at the end here as well. And I'm actually going to set up some item vaults behind this. And the main reason why I'm making them too deep is that I still want to be able to fit our water pipes behind the spouts. And then we also need to place down a bunch of these brass belt funnel in front of them. And what I essentially want to do is place some packages back here for each of our different levels that we want. I think we'll call these oxidized, weathered, and exposed. Then I'm also just going to add a waxer at the end there. And so if we have a bit of copper coming through that we want oxidized, for example, it will come through here, go through each individual spout, and then get waxed by our deployer here, which actually I should remember to even put our wax into. Then of course, if we have a weathered one, it will come out of this one, only go through it 2 times, get waxed, and so on and so forth. And so all we need to do at the end here, add our chute, a vault underneath, packager, and the frog port to go back to storage. There we go, I set up the power and the water pump underneath so that we can fill these spouts. So let's say we throw a full block of copper into this, that gets changed to all different things, gets waxed, and placed into the smart chute. And then this frog should be sending it off. Right about now, there it goes. And so now this means that we can produce every single type of copper block. And of course, if we want the kind of basic copper blocks to stay copper blocks, we can just put it through the waxer and that will keep it that way. Oh, I should probably mention that this kind of setup behind me is actually only available with Create Oxidized, which is a mod. I forgot to mention that at the beginning, but now you know. Now next I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap here because I'm thinking of adding potentially a small extension to this building through this wall. But for our next module, it's going to be almost vaguely related to our copper one, although only in mostly being able to just remove the waxing. And that is because I want to use these mechanical grindstones, which are from Create Enchantment industry, but they are useful for various other things. The main use being that we can have it act like sandpaper to turn rose quartz into polished rose quartz, and then like I said, removing the wax of anything copper. So we're going to have 3 of them, have some drains next to it, place down a vault here I think, along with some brass funnels, dig down a bit, place another vault, throw down some smart chutes as well to go into that, and then set up our frog port. And this one was relatively easy to set up. However, I kind of forgot that these grindstone drains have a pipe outlet on one side and shaft on the other. So I'm going to have to figure out how to power all of these. Okay, in the end, I had to just switch to 2 and I bring the power through the center of them, but that's fine. 2 is still better than 1. Yes, I think we're just going to call the frog grindstone. And I'm going to throw in a bunch of this rose quartz into the system so that I can send it over there. We'll get to watch it happen. And then I also proceed to forget that I need to have 2 grindstones on top of each other. Ugh, I don't know why I keep forgetting all this stuff. Okay, and now it's working. Sorry for the awful noise. I'm going to stay kind of far away from that. But that's more or less that system set up. And now to move on to the final one inside of the main building here. And that is essentially just going to be a bunch of saws. This is more just to help with the crafting process more than anything else, as we'll need things like barrels and such. And so really all we need to do is set up about 5 saws and get a bunch of attribute filters, because I'm going to get a couple of things that I want. For example, the oak slabs. So I'm going to do is tagged wooden slab. Add that as an attribute, and this means that it doesn't have to be a single wood type either, it can be any. Place that in, and then do the same with a couple others as well, like the oak fence, so just wooden fences. You can do the oak stairs or wooden stairs. And then for the final 2, I'm probably just going to do wooden buttons, and I think probably a sign. And while that's not all the wooden blocks, that should be all the ones that I majorly need. So then I just need to dig down a little bit here, place down some vaults, our smart chutes going in, and then I'm more or less just going to put chutes directly on top of these with some barrels so that we can input our packages and frogs. And that's more or less this system setup. I just have to be a little bit careful with powering our saws here. I think it's best that we bring the power through the side. And I think this should be rotating that way, which means the saw is rotating that way. So I think any items should move, once they go down the chute, move this way so they go towards the chute. And honestly, we can do that real quick by probably just throwing in our acacia planks into here, seeing if they go where we want them to. And oh, it just went away in a storage thing, so I'm going to go with yes. It is going the right way. Perfect. Yeah, there we go. There is pretty much the main things I wanted to set up. Now, the only thing left that is kind of a big requirement, actually, is making our sets of mechanical crafters. And we're going to need a couple of 3x3 ones, which will work for most things, but also probably a 5x5 one too for some of the more difficult crafting recipes. And we have been doing a lot of kind of technical create stuff for the past, 15 or so minutes, however long this video is so far. And I think it would be a little bit nice to actually do a little tiny bit of building on the side here. And the first thing I'm going to do is just come directly through this wall. And my idea for this little extension is it's not going to be very big, and it's probably just going to have a bit of a slanted roof with a bunch of glass windows on top. To clear out all this grass that I placed down, move some of these girders too. I think we're going to come out directly from here, keeping in with our theme of our Umbra bricks, some of this Iridium 2 in between. The more or less continued design that I did for the main walls, this back wall. Just keep it all a bit consistent. There we go. Then, like I said, I do want a bit of a slant to this building. So let's use some polished stone to kind of step up a little bit. And we can just throw in some brick underneath as well. Then I think I'm going to then pull this out by one and use some of our copycat stairs to make that look a bit more gradual. And then for the actual roof itself, I'm going to use some of these copycat slopes, but upside down. Be sure to throw in our polished stone, and then have, again, our kind of grey concrete roofs or windows, and have that pretty much go all the way up before bringing across some more stone, I think. And then keep on using our steps to kind of surround it with some of our polished stone. And then I just got to repeat that for the other sections as well. And that's pretty much what I wanted. The only things I got to really do now is cover this bit with some more catwalks as the kind of upper windows up here. Then I think I'm going to make use of our girders, kind of come across the top of the roof here just for a little bit more of an interesting design. And there we go, that's pretty much the exterior done. And then as for the interior, I did add some walls already when I was building the roof. So the basics are more or less done, although I have realized that I should actually have these as polished stone. Very quickly use our mech trowel here to replace all the grass here as well with our stone mini tiles. And then for what's actually going into this room, I'm planning on having 3 separate mechanical craft setups in here. Could have just had the one, but I figured that if we're going to be mass crafting things, we're probably going to need multiple of them. And so let's get our mechanical crafters down. They just need to be a 3x3 situation. Come around the back with our wrench to make sure that all these bits are connected to each other. So it's one system. We just got to do that a few more times. And all of these kind of exit out this way. So we're going to put a barrel there, get the packager on top, and then also a frog, and do that for the others as well. And of course, we do actually need to bring the chain drives in here. So I'm going to do a little bit of fiddling around with this. First things first, I'm actually going to break through this wall, as that's where our chain drives need to go through, and just set up one right here in the window. And I think I'm actually going to remove these 2 temporarily and actually just place one in the middle, hook those ones up instead, just so that this one lines up with this one. And then we're going to need a couple in here, so I'm probably just going to throw down some girders and conveyors and make sure these are connected up as well. Now, the one thing with crafters is that whenever you're crafting stuff, sometimes items are coming from multiple places, which means that things are put into separate packages and they need to be kind of put back together again to actually be crafted properly. And so we need to make a repackaging system. So essentially what I'm going to do here is have a vault along with some frogs, and just connect directly up with our conveyors above. And we can call all of these crafters because these are going to be probably taking in quite a few different packages potentially. So we can make sure that we have maximum input, and then going to place some repackages behind and put some levers on all of them so that they're activated. And I'm going to put in some item drains so we can roll them across to another vault. We can then just put normal packages on to make sure we place down some andesite funnels going to each of them, connect these frogs up as well with our conveyors. And I'm actually going to put some signs on these and put crafting on them, and then also name these frogs, although I must remember to actually hook these up to the new system first. But we can name the frogs crafting and do that for all 3 of them. And then also set up some signs to return any items coming out of these back into our storage. Now all I'm going to do is hook these crafters up to power. There we go, there is the power brought in behind. And then let's give this a little bit of a test, shall we? We need to make sure to send stuff to the crafter. And by the way, I did add a clipboard here for all of our different things. So we can add #crafter onto here. And that means when I speak to Nicola, we can scroll down and go to crafter. But let's say I want to make some barrels. So we can move items to there. We have a nice mix of things that allows us to make 21 barrels. So if we send those off, that should be coming out of multiple different storage places. It's being taken in by the crafters, should be repackaged. And I think one thing I actually did forget to do was set up these packages to be turned on. So let's put some levers underneath and flick those. And I've realized I've made a mistake because I forgot that these are the ones going back to the storage, not to take in. So oops, that was a silly mistake. What I meant to do was put a packager on top with a frog pot on top of that. And this should be called crafting, not these guys. Okay, there we go. There's that fixed. Now, let me head back to our storage again. Ask for those barrels. Okay, I've re-asked for those barrels coming in, going into our crafters, repackaged, sent through, and now they're being picked up, ready to actually turn into barrels. And as you can see, it's mostly this middle one that's doing it, but it does go to the outside ones every now and then. And I'm sure if we had multiple different crafting recipes going on at once, they would all definitely be used probably about pretty equally. Yeah, this is all working rather nicely. We have all our barrels coming back. I think the only thing I should probably maybe do is add some timers to these so they aren't going off every second. Now, the only downside of this mechanical crafting stuff is it only works in kind of the 3x3 sets and not the 5x5 sets or anything. So all that kind of stuff is going to have to be manual still. But luckily I don't need to make those too often. Well, I mean, there is a way of doing it, but it's not as simple as these kind of crafters are. Maybe I will consider doing that in the future. Yeah, I think this little factory is more or less complete. I did actually have to make one change since I last made it, and that is to our casings machine, where I did originally have these packages going straight into the depots down here, but I learned that if there is a package that has more than 64 items in, it won't go in. So I ended up doing a situation where I still wanted the frogs to be visible, so I put them straight into a barrel and then put some chutes down with a funnel. Now that should mean that items should be able to constantly be placed onto these depots without too much issue. And so really the next thing I need to do now is actually grab some items from the rest of our town here, because we still have several factories that don't currently ship to my warehouse yet. I think what I'm going to do is kind of just replicate this truck again and have it go around the town. I think I am going to keep it relatively simple by kind of just placing down a station, although let's not get run over. I can place down a station round about here, connect a post box up to the inside of this redstone factory, place down some drains, an andesite funnel, and a packager coming out of it. And then I think I'm going to place down a pulse timer and make it like, let's say every 20 minutes. And honestly, actually, I might even make it a little bit higher, like 30 minutes, because I'm pretty sure each package can take 8 stacks of redstone out. So I think that's going to be plenty for my storage, at least for now. And then just more or less replicate that across all my other factories that I need to pick stuff up from as well. And there we go. I did go around the factories and set up the post boxes and also built a truck as well. So all we got to do now is set up the schedule for this sheep. We'll go to our redstone factory, our andesite and iron factory, as I merge those into one, and also our tree farm, which is only going to just be grabbing some planks. And then of course, we'll need our reverse 3 and then storage 3. And we can make this sit here for probably a few minutes, just so it's not going around too often. Then if we give this to this sheep, be following the schedule, and we'll always return to this post box to drop off any items that it picks up. And then once this parks back in, we'll now see all the items coming out that we wanted to ship to our warehouse. Perfect. And then I think the last major thing I want to do today is actually start using our factory gauges to automate a bunch of items. And I wasn't 100% sure where I wanted to put these factory gauges, but I think I'm actually going to place it alongside these shipping containers, so it's all in a nice central spot. And I think the first thing I want to automate are cogs. And so I need to attach these factory gauges to the stock links, and to make our cogs we're going to need to start with some wood planks, which I think we'll just use oak for, and some shafts. So then if we put our cogwheel in here to monitor, we can then add a new connection to our planks and our shaft. And we can use mechanical crafting to make sure it does it correctly. And of course, we then need to type in crafter into here so that this recipe will get sent to our crafters. Now we are obviously just importing planks straight in from our tree farm, but we aren't currently making our shafts. So we'll add another one down here, add our andesite alloy, and make a connection off of our shafts to this. And then once again, we can use mechanical crafting, type in crafter into here, and that will make our shafts. Now, if we do hold and right click to this, I think I'm going to want probably a stack of just about everything. So we can tell we want a stack of that, and also a stack of cogs. So now we can start seeing some things being pulled out of our storage. And if we head over to our crafter over here, we can see that it's starting to craft some things up for us. And obviously that's going to take a little bit as we are starting effectively from scratch, but that will keep on going until it reaches the final stack that I've told it to. But while that goes along, we can also do our larger cogs by throwing in our large cog wheel, making sure to add our materials, hit mechanical crafting again to make sure it has enough. Again, once again, type in crafter, set this to a stack, and then it will also be making those as well. And after some time, those are now all fulfilled. And if we go over to our storage, we can see that we have more than enough cogs in here, as well as shafts as well. And I think my main aim is to get precision mechanisms completely automated here. So we're going to need a few more factory gauges. This one is going to be our iron ingot, and this one's going to be our iron nugget. We're going to connect that to this one. Once again, use mechanical crafting. So we'll put craft into here, and we'll say that we want probably, I'll say 2 stacks of that. And this means that all the materials that we need for our precision mechanisms are available to be used for the actual machine itself. And then all we need to really then do is place 2 more. We'll put our gold ingots into here and precision mechanisms into this one. We'll add a new connection. We'll put in precision mech into our inputs. And then I'm on this one specifically after about 10 minutes, I'm going to make a promise, this promise expire. Because as you may remember from before, there's only like an 80% chance of getting precision mechanism. So we'll have to make it time out every now and then if it doesn't actually make the amount that we need. All I got to do here is say we want to make, I'll say 20 of these. And so any gold should be sent to the precision mechanism frog. This system will get going with making all the stuff that we need. And because we have at least a stack of cogwheels and stuff, that will then start getting refed back into the system to make sure that it keeps stocked up. In fact, maybe I should actually tell these to hold on to more, just so it doesn't run out mid-craft. And I think probably about 3 stacks worth will do. But yes, that's the general gist of what I want to do. I think what I'll now do is actually set up a bunch more of these for a bunch of different create items that I want, and bring it back to see the absolute mess of factory gauges on this wall. Okay, this is by no means done, but we certainly have a lot more items on here. We are currently running low on some of our resources like zinc. Probably going to create a custom recipe for zinc maybe and put it in my mod pack. I have to think about exactly what that looks like, but I think maybe a zinc factory is in the very near future. And then also need to go back to my tree farm at some point and deal with the spruce properly, and probably change out these planks and stuff as well to spruce as well, because I think making spruce is probably the easier of the woods. But anyway, that's all I have time for this week. Thank you everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping to get the Patreon and stuff up by next week so I can start putting out the world downloads and schematics for this world up. But you'll have to be patient with me just in case I don't. But anyway, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we set up the rest of our modules in our processing factory, as well as set up factory gauges to start truly automating tons of items. And now it's time to get me out of my zinc crisis and create ourselves a new zinc and copper factory using some custom recipes I've made using the create mod. But yes, welcome back everyone. I have made a couple of changes since the last episode, mostly adding a few more factory gauges to our array of them. And some of you kind of pointed out that the way that I am kind of pulling items from my factories to the storage is, you know, a little bit weird. And there was good reasoning for that. And essentially the timer was put in so that items would be kind of slowly funneled towards my storage rather than all at once and not completely overwhelm it. And that was to kind of fix an issue with packages kind of being oversent to the storage in like one item packages, which is not ideal. And over at our redstone factory here, I have actually now removed our timer and replaced it with a stock link because I've installed another mod. We actually need to go back to our storage for that. And that mod is create additional logistics. And I'm mostly only using it for one thing, but it adds a little bit more depth to the current create kind of factory gauges and stuff. And what I've done with it is that I've emptied out this shipping container and it now only looks for redstone, because if we go into here, we have our typical kind of restocking settings that you have in create. And then there's this new section here which says when restocking, this many additional items are requested. And I've set this to 32. So whenever this gets down below, I think 2 stacks, it will ask for some more plus 32 redstone to however much more it needs. This way it's not constantly asking for new redstone to be delivered to here, so we're not getting completely overloaded with packages, and we just get the one instead. So that's kind of helped with this system, and I still need to set up for the other factories. Been a bit busy this week, so I haven't had the opportunity, but that'll probably be done by the time this episode is over. Now the real aim for this episode is to get a zinc and copper factory up. And typically the best way to get these, or at least the main way, is through create and crushing tough ore, and that actually gets you gold, copper, zinc, and iron. But as you can see, they're all relatively low chance, about 10%, which is fine, but I kind of like to have like my own little system. So what I've done is I've added a new crushing recipe for limestone, which gives us a 75% chance of getting either zinc or copper nuggets. And the reason why I chose limestone is that typically copper and zinc is actually found around limestone in real life, so I felt like it made some amount of sense. And then on top of that, I've also set up a recipe for mixing our copper nuggets, some gravel, some lava, and that will be turning into Viridium. And this is kind of based on how andesite is also made in the create mod, which is using flint. So I've just put copper in there instead. And I've done something similar for azurine too, but with zinc. And so that's what this factory is going to be for. And I'm thinking that I do want to build this factory over here next to this road, and as you can obviously see, this land is a little bit floaty here at the moment, and I don't actually want to keep this factory at the same level as that road, just because I want this to have at least a little bit of a slightly more subtle drop down in land. So I think my idea is to kind of build a bit of a retaining wall and then build the factory a little bit lower, probably around about the same level that I'm currently at. So let me grab some grass and stuff and actually kind of lay out exactly where I want this place to be. And there we go, there is all our grass in, and I think I'm just going to do a kind of simple retaining wall using some of these layered tough bricks going all the way along. Then I think use some of these stone tiles, act as a little bit of a pavement in between, but also where perhaps our truck can kind of pull up to the side of the road to collect things. And there's that basic retaining wall done. And for this building, I'm thinking of doing a kind of open warehouse kind of situation. So typical kind of warehouse size, but one of the walls are opened up to the outside. So I'm going to get a general idea of how big I want that to look. I think something about that size should do for the actual opening itself. And then I want to use some of these cracked Dean bricks, which are also from Create Deco, which are obviously the same kind of design as these two, but slightly different color. I think these ones are actually made of ochrum, if I remember correctly. Yeah, ochrum and bricks. And as we go around, I'm going to place some of this polished andesite stairs, some brick on the other side too, kind of create some kind of window situation. Going with the kind of classic bricks on the sides. I'm using some of our weathered iron window panes, I think, with a bit of polished stone on top. Probably add some stairs to make that look a bit more interesting. And I think I'm going to continue using some of these polished andesite stairs kind of all the way around. Maybe even throwing in some of this edge stone brick, just so it doesn't look too monotonous. And then we can throw some girders up as well, I think. As you all know that I love using girders in my builds. And I think bring some of this stone out as well to act like a little bit of lip for the roof. I think one little final thing I want to add is these industrial iron girders, which is actually also another mod that I have installed. They are from Create More Girders, or just more girder, which is exactly what it is. And it gives us access to a bunch of copper types, iron types, and andesite girders, which I really like the look of. Then I think I want this building to wrap around the corner a little bit before kind of straightening out again, I think, so it doesn't look too flat. And I can kind of repeat my window design that I've done on that wall. But I think for the actual base of this as well, I want to throw in some of these andesite bricks, kind of contrast with the orange brick a bit, and obviously continue up with our windows. And that's looking pretty good so far. But for this next bit of the building, I'm going to transition to some slightly different materials. Still going to continue with this kind of basic idea, at least on the bottom layer. But what I've done is I've actually finally installed the kind of unofficial Steam and Rails update for 1.21.1. So we now have our loco metals. And because I do kind of want some kind of chimneys, I think, above my factory, I kind of want to continue that metal further down in the building as well, rather than just in the chimneys. So I'm going to use some of this slash loco metal leading up towards the top of the building. And honestly, one really nice thing about these loco metals is you can now hold Alt and switch in between the different types, which is honestly so handy. Kind of wish more mods did that. But I think we're going to have these kind of two sections here, because we're probably going to have two chimneys. And then I'm just going to kind of continue with our window setup from before. Here we go, that's the kind of very basic front facade more or less done. Added a couple of these new girders over our kind of entranceway, and some of these copycat steps as well to act as a bit of a trim. Now I think what I'm going to do is get the rest of the walls done. It's more or less the kind of similar design as the front windows, but kind of all the way around. So let's enter a little bit of a time-lapse mode, shall we? Now, after making like 15 alignment mistakes when I was building that, it's now time to move on to building our roof and the chimneys too. So I'm going to use some of our roof pieces from McCaw's, using a mixture of this grey concrete roof and the base roof from that mod. And I think I want to place down some more of our girders. I think making use of the girders that we have down here as well. Kind of build up the sides of the roof. Do that all the way along here, I think. Putting down some of our industrial plating. Putting up a little bit of a base to kind of support the area on top that I'm going to build, which is going to be where our chimneys are. So we're going to place down some more of this slash loco metal, I think up by a few blocks. Continue our girders as well. I think use some of this plated loco metal to sit on top of our girders here. Throw in some copycat stairs for good measure. And then I can kind of bring up this loco metal to kind of actually meet with this. Although I think I might actually bring this loco metal a little bit closer than it currently is. It will look better a little bit closer to the girders. Yeah, there we go. I like that. And I think I'm going to leave this bit empty because I think I only just want the two chimneys up here. And then I'm going to make some use of this copper wrapped loco metal, which kind of has this nice little copper trim around it. Build this up a little while throwing in some industrial plating in between as we go up. Probably going to have two different sizes of chimneys here. And I'm also going to make use of these vertical steps as well, just kind of round this off a little bit. It doesn't look too square. Then at the very top, I think I'm going to use some of our vertical stairs and wrap that around. And then use some more of our industrial cage lamps and turn those on as well. I think that's the general design I want for the chimney. Then I just need to make a little bit of a smaller one here. And I think that's looking pretty good. But with those chimneys done, I now just need to kind of complete the rest of this roof. That's going to mostly involve just coming underneath here and actually placing in all the grey concrete ones in. And then coming around to this side and kind of start building up the roof from here too. And I can kind of just bring across this loco metal and fill the rest of this roof in, including some girders on top here for a little bit of structure. I'm going to do what I did on the other side as well, bringing up our girders here and connecting these with the angled girders. And then obviously just to kind of fill in this massive hole on the side, I'm going to make use of our copycat slopes with our polished stone, come up the side here, and then probably fill this in with some more of our andesite bricks. And then again, there's the side of that roof done. And I'll do that on this side too. And then for the rest of our roof, it's probably going to be kind of similar to the one I just built. Although instead of having chimneys on top, I'm going to have some nice windows in the sides to let some nice light in. Though the central part in between these is probably just going to be flat. But I think I'm going to do this as another form of time lapse. So let's go. There we go, there is the outside more or less complete. I obviously finished our roof up and also ended up doing the inside as well, just to get all ready for our create contraptions. But don't worry, I still have some plans for some other things outside here too. But my first plan is to actually get in a cobblestone gen. So I'm going to take away some of this floor, throw ourselves in a vault, have a couple andesite funnels going into that, and then surround that with some polished stone. I think for this I'm going to use some of these panels to kind of act as a little bit of a window into this. And use some framed glass for that. And what I'm going to do here is place down some cobblestone, as that's what's going to be drilled, and then place our mechanical drills all around the back of it, and then place some water inside of those drills, so that they're classed as being waterlogged. And then I do need to place some lava on top. So let's cover this up, grab some lava, and we can just throw that into the top here. Now, as for our drills, we obviously need to power them. I think I'm going to come around here and actually use a bunch of cogwheels. I want to do a little fun way of bringing the power over to this thing. Kind of involves using these cogwheels. I'm going to quickly place in a gearbox there. Do that on the other side as well. Make sure these are facing up. And I'm going to put down some of these special cogwheels, as well as some actually over at the front. And I'm going to actually chain these up together. And when these actually have power, you'll be able to see them. And I kind of like how that looks. Or at least I like the idea of how that's going to look. And that's more or less it for this cobblestone gen. I need to probably just encase some of these with our andesite casings, just to make it look slightly prettier. But other than power, that should be good to go. Now, of course, I actually need the gravel from this, not the cobblestone. So I'm going to need to grind it up. And I think I'm going to borrow a design I made previously. And that is at our concrete factory over here, where I put a bunch of these crushing wheels in this kind of metal kind of chassis, as I think that kind of looks a little bit more official. I'm not sure what this would actually be called, but it exists. Also, I never did add the mud around here. Oh well. I'm just going to keep the design very similar to what we have over there. Use our copycat steps for some of the base. We're going to need our crushing wheels, of course, for the center part. Of course, I do actually need to hook these up. Actually, I can probably bring this down underneath to be powered somehow with some of our uncased chain drives. And to just make sure that this is all covered up, I think I'm going to use some half slabs here with some of this hazard red concrete. Actually bring that around to the sides as well. And cover these with some panels with some more as well. And the reason why I'm doing it on that side is just so it looks the same as this side. Cover up anything that kind of sticks out, including on top with some more panels. And there we go, that's that. Pretty simple. And of course, we need to actually get this cobblestone into here. I think the way I'm going to do that is bring a belt out from underneath, and we can probably just drop it straight onto a belt and have it come out here. And then what I'm going to actually do is use one of these weighted ejectors. You just crouch right click there and place it here. And this actually kind of fixes one of the issues that was occurring in my concrete factory, where there was too much cobblestone being thrown onto the crushing wheels. But the ejector will actually wait to throw items into crushing wheels if they're currently doing something. So that's perfect for me. Now I've just got to hook up all these belts and the ejector together. There we go, I even routed the power over here as well, including up this wall, but I've stopped just before the chain, just so we're not starting the cobble gen just yet. But just kind of a proof of concept. Let's throw down some cobblestone. It gets chucked in and it gets processed and then goes down underneath where I'll need to pick it back up again. I think I'd want it to come out here if we take away some of these blocks. And what I think I'll do is actually make use of this shaft. Place down some more shafts here with a belt. I'll be able to kind of build out a belt here. And I think what I'm going to do with this belt is bring it over to this wall. I might have to make it a little bit thicker and bring this down underground because I'm going to need to take this gravel somewhere else, which I'll show you in a bit. But if I build a upper belt here, then grab some of our andesite funnels, I'm pretty sure that these will just pick up and go straight onto this belt. We'll have to see how that works. So let's actually throw in some more cobblestone into here to see if it all works properly. Gone into there, and then hopefully in a second, we should have seen our gravel. Yes, I've done it wrong. 1 second. I think actually I might be able to place it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I need to do better than an andesite funnel, but I can throw down a brass funnel and now get pushed straight up onto the belt instead. That's what I wanted. And then all I gotta do is kind of repeat that on this side as well. So we have 2 belts going into this. And there we go, there is our second lane. And I've added a couple of little bridges and some kind of safety railings to go alongside of our belts. Now, as for our limestone generator, we obviously do actually have a limestone factory in the center of town over here, but I don't feel like lugging over the limestone all the way over here just to crush down into copper and zinc. So we're gonna make a system over here. And of course, it is going to be a pretty typical generator. So I'm gonna remove some of the floor here so we can place down our vault. But the only issue with these is that we can't actually put anything but water into drills, so we can't just overlap our water into drills because it's not water, it's lava and honey. And so I am going to place down our limestone over our funnels and add some blocks around. And that means we can start putting in our liquid. So I'm going to put probably honey in the middle and some lava on the edges. Throw our typical mechanical drills on top, some encased chain drives on top of those. I kind of want to do what I did the other room with the chains. Bring these over here because I think I'm going to power this through these chains as well. Once again, because kind of like the whole idea of chains moving around, adds a little bit more movement to the factory. That's more or less all that we need for this. So the thing I need to do now is actually crush this down into our copper and zinc nuggets. I think I am going to do again another one of these situations. Maybe I'll do it in cyan instead. There we go, there's all that nicely set up. Nice cyan color, and what I've done here is I've actually placed a bunch of ejected waiters pretty much directly next to our limestone generator here, hoping that it doesn't collide with anything, but we're gonna have to give this a try. Already got some power going up here, so as soon as I connect this up, just start generating limestone. Theory, okay, good. These all get flicked up and put straight into the crushing wheels. And now that's making a bunch of zinc and copper nuggets. Potentially too many. Might have to reduce the chance. Although to be fair, you do need 9 of these to make just a single ingot, so maybe it's not that bad. Let me just turn this off for now. I'll add a little temporary bit of storage here. And yeah, considering how short of a time that was on, I think maybe I should probably reduce these chances. And luckily I can just go and do that in my recipe. But for now, I think I would actually like to work on something outside. And essentially what I want to do out here is make a big old smelting pot, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to use some of this weathered stone, I think, to kind of surround it, make it look a bit old and damaged from all the heat, and also embed that to the ground as well. And then for the actual cauldron itself, I think I'm going to keep using this loco metal, also do some copycat stairs on top, just to add a little bit of a lip to it. There we go. Then I think I want to add some magma blocks. This is going to kind of be what is supposedly molten in this smelting cauldron. And then put one kind of final touch to kind of bring out some of this copper wrapped loco metal, and then just bring that down and add some steps and bites around it to kind of make that look like a bit of a spout. And I can also add a valve on top, just to kind of make it seem like the materials are coming from the factory into the big old cauldron. And then I think for some extra details, I'm going to add some girders on the side here for a little bit of support, and add some to hold up our pipe as well. And then I've added a bit of belt here with pipe going on top of it to make it kind of seem like it's being piped onto our belt. Now in reality, the mixers are going to be probably underneath the structure, and once they're done mixing, I'm going to bring them up underground and onto this belt to be moved into storage. And with that done, I think I'm going to just go ahead and clear out an area underneath this place. And I made a little simple room underneath here. And we are going to have a pretty simple setup of just a couple of basins with some mechanical mixers on top. Although actually I do need to leave a little bit more space in between these, I think, so that we can add our funnels into the sides of them. And first things first is we're going to bring down our gravel. We're going to just bring it straight down here so that we can split this into two, so they can both each go into our basins here. And we can use a brass tunnel to split those. And I think I'm also going to bring this belt to where this one is as well, so that we can drop our items down below. We can split that into zinc and copper for each of the Viridium and Azurine. And then with all those belts hooked up, we're going to need some lava in these. And I think I'm actually just going to do it straight from above. Well, actually, maybe we can do it from the sides. And then we can use our fluid transmitter to actually bring in the lava straight into our basins, although we do need a pump. But that should work once we have some power down here. And then, of course, I need to take the outcome from these, put them on belts as well, and bring them to the outside for storage. And we can use our brass funnels, and I'll make sure to add some filters to these, and merge those lines together and bring this up to our belt above with the help of some chutes and our fan down here. And then with all this hooked up and ready to go, although I almost forgot to power these mixers over here, with that all powered up and a slight change to our recipe for making copper nuggets, so it's now just 20% each rather than 75% each. And honestly, that still might be a little bit too high, we'll see. I think I might be able to start funneling items down into here. So if we actually get these machines turned on, start seeing our limestone going into our crushers and turned into our nuggets, as well as our cobblestone gen over here for our gravel making. If I actually remember to set up our brass tunnel here so that zinc goes this way and copper goes that way, start seeing our Viridium stuff being made, and that should be going out to the outside. We are now starting to see our Viridium and Azurine appear on top here. Okay, it's probably been about an hour since that last clip, and I have made so many mistakes with this damn thing. I've fixed them now. Most of it was involving stuff like underneath here, where I originally just had these funnels going straight up into the belt. The problem was if the belt was full, it would kind of get stuck and start piling up, so I fixed that at least. And the same was the issue in the gravel as well. I also made a change with the limestone recipe again, so now it's only a 5% chance for these things, because the rate that we make limestone is honestly really quite high, so that percentage really doesn't need to be that high in comparison. And then I've added some kind of temporary vault setups for our Azurine and Viridium and our zinc and copper nuggets. And because I'm so very low on time this week, I think I'm going to kind of finish the decorations outside of here and do a little wrap up after that. There we go, that is the main gist of this factory done. I added some of these stairs down to the bottom, as well as this kind of chain lift kind of thing. The idea is that anything that would be brought down would be brought up and down with these chains, and they would just slide on top of them. And of course I added a bunch of dirt and stuff on the ground as well. Oh, and I also did these support girders too, just to kind of hold up the wall. But anyway, I am very much out of time. I need to go ahead and edit this video and get it out for you guys ASAP. So thank you everyone for watching this week. Sorry that it was maybe a little bit all over the place, but I had a bit of a busy week, so I had to try and squeeze in as much as I could into this episode. But anyway, thanks again everyone, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we built a copper and zinc factory with the help of some custom recipes, and now it's time to do something a little different and build ourselves a Hypertube network to help us get around the town, as well as a hub for a new nether portal and door design. But yes, welcome back everyone. I did make a few small changes to our system over here, where I now make sure to press our copper nuggets and zinc nuggets so they turn into ingots before being sent off to our warehouse in our cyan truck over here, which comes by and picks up everything as it goes by. And then another change I've made to my world is that I've got rid of the power lines. As some of you may remember, I had some power lines kind of coming across here, down path down there, and then towards our dye factory. But that's all gone now, and I've shoved it underground. And the main reasoning for that is so honestly everything just looks a little bit nicer, but also because of what I want to do today. And that is to make ourselves a Hypertube network. And for those unfamiliar with Hypertubes, they're a pretty simple concept. And I kind of know them more from the game Satisfactory. And the idea is we get some power to our Hypertube entrance block here, and say we'll have another one over here, plop that down. And if we connect these tubes up, although there are currently some blocks in the way, let's place this in a better position, I think. Okay, there we go. I've temporarily placed that down, but let's try that again. And we can bring our tube point up to here. And as you can see, that's now connected. So if we come down here to the entrance and it says sneak to enter, and if we hit that, you go through the tube and out the other side. Now, it is going at maximum speed at the moment, so that was a little bit hard to see. You kind of get the gist of how it works. And essentially what I want to do is I want to create a whole system of that for around the town. And I would actually like to start this system over here between our storage warehouse and our kind of smart factory, because I intend to create a little bit of a hub of sorts where I want to have our hypertubes and also a new nether portal. Not the one over there, but a different one. But let's get started with these tubes first. And it's a good thing I made that copper and zinc farm last episode, because we're going to need quite a lot of brass for this. Both for the actual Hypertube blocks themselves, which use some brass sheets, but also because of our brass girders, which I would like to make quite a lot of for this project. But my general idea is to throw down one of these brass casings and then a bunch of girders on top, then bring out these a little bit, then add a bit of support to help keep this upright. Now, I'm not 100% sure if the trucks are going to fit underneath this. We'll see what happens when the next truck comes along. But I need to build a few of these pylons along here, and then we got to just pretty much just place our Hypertubes directly on these. And there's the first little bit of our network. And what we can do in the middle here actually is use our wrench to right click on this to change the design of the tube so there are bigger gaps. And then I think I'm also going to place some girders underneath for a little bit of extra support as well. Also, just watched a truck come in, and the kind of top parts, the exhaust pipes of these do collide with these poles, but I don't think I care enough, to be honest. And then I think to make this look a little bit more interesting, I'm probably going to add some of our leaves here to kind of hang down from the sides, just to make it seem like it's been here for a while. And because these Hypertubes don't actually have collision, kind of have to place leaves inside them for a little bit before it works properly. Yeah, there we go, that's looking quite nice. And then I want to bring the tube onto our kind of grass verge over here. We're going to have a bit of a curve, and the pylon design is going to look a little bit different for these parts, as they don't need to overhang the road anymore. We can connect these two up. I may even actually move the pylon down a little bit just so that it looks more like a 90-degree angle. And there we go, I think that looks better. I even decided to add a little bit of an extra girder here just for the extra support. And now I more or less just need to continue this design all the way down the kind of grass verge next to our road here, all the way into town. Okay, that time-lapse was meant to have a lot more in it than that, but I messed up the recording. So I'll just show you what I've done now. And all I've pretty much done is continue that design, added some of these girders, extra support, some leaves up, and threw down some grass and a couple of trees in here as well. This area is pretty small, so the trees have to stay pretty small as well so they don't hit the trucks or drains. I might even come up with some custom tree designs to go here, but I'm not gonna do that right now. Now, the reason why I actually stopped here is because this was the main reason why I got rid of all the power lines, because I needed some room for these pylons to kind of come down this bit of grass verge here as well. We're going to turn down the side of the road here to in front of our power station. Yes, what I think I'll do is probably bring this track up to our pavement here and actually embed it inside of it. And I do want it to keep it about the same height, so there's going to be a little bit of a uphill here. And while I was building this bit, actually, I thought it might be a good idea to add a little bit more visual interest on pylons here. So I think I'm going to place down a brass block with some trapdoors so that I can then place some of our catwalk stairs on these, the brass ones again. Kind of just do the same thing on top, some more of our trapdoors above and around. And I like how that looks actually. I think that adds a little bit more of an interesting look and adds some diagonals where I wasn't able to do that with the normal brass girders. So I think I'll probably go back to all my other ones and update that design at some point as well. And with that bit of track done, I think I want to add my first kind of stop here, right in front of the power station. I'm not going to place a building or anything, but I am going to add a bit of a platform of sorts. I'm going to make probably just the main bit out of our brass casing and surround that actually with some of our bronze catwalks, or brass catwalks. I always say bronze instead of brass, but if we place these down until we get a nice little platform in, place down our entrance blocks on each side of this, along with some railings so you don't fall off. And then from here, I want to add some stairs down to our pavement. So we're going to continue using some of our catwalk stairs, although building down with these things is a little bit harder than building up. I'm going to make use of some of these brass sheet metal blocks. And once again, this is going to be kind of annoying to place down. Put some blocks above and then underneath so that they're facing the right way. And then just for the sake of ease, I think I'm just going to remove these blocks down here and build up our stairs from the bottom and have something along those lines. I think I would use the catwalk scaffolding blocks for this, but they look a little bit weird with the shaders that I'm using. So I'm opting to just use more of our girders instead to hold it up. And if we add some of our brass railing on the sides as well, we now have a functioning set of stairs. And now I just got to do that on the other side. And there we go, that's more or less what I want for this station. I did actually have to move the entire stairs back by one block so that I could fit a cog to the sides of these Hypertube entrance blocks, but that's more or less it. I think actually the one other small thing I'm going to do is place down a trapdoor on each side of these, because it's going to make sense shortly why I've done that. Let me hook up this to our tube here and get some power to it as well. And with all that powered up, including some of these brass shafts from Crate and Case, which I didn't realize existed, and also has like this special setting so that these won't spin if they are using a certain amount of stress, whatever. Never knew that was a thing, but I think that helps at least make it blend in better. But now let's go for our little first test run, I think. We can head back to the warehouse this way and see if it works well, which it definitely seems to be. Of course, the leaves and stuff do kind of block the camera every now and then, but I think that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. But it is certainly working. I think we can speed this up with an accelerator, but I kind of like the current speed at the moment. It doesn't feel too janky, and it does make it a lot easier to move in between our warehouse and main town. So good first start. Now, the main reason I put these trapdoors is for transferring in between these two tubes, because what I've done is I've actually placed these tubes just close enough so that when you're coming out of this one and you kind of want to continue going, you can just hold on to crouch still, and that will pass you through here and straight into this one, and that will continue onwards. But if you don't crouch, you'll smash into this, and this trapdoor just essentially makes sure you don't get flung into the distance. That was an accident, by the way. What I am going to do is quickly go back to the warehouse, and I've set up a bit of a janky setup to come back down this tube so I can show you what I mean. We once again head back in. Now that we're approaching, I'm going to hold on to control. It should fling me forwards and straight into the next one. And obviously if this tube kept on going, then I would have gone down it, but it worked. The only downside of it is that you almost keep your momentum, so you actually speed up, which doesn't really matter in this scenario, but it is very fast. Now I would like to continue this track around and bring it down this path outside our old bowl factory, probably to round about here. And then I think instead of keeping to the path, I'm gonna probably move over slightly and actually push the tube down this little bit of empty space above our honey farm. I'm going to more or less keep the same design, but I think I am going to remove some of these street lights that I put in because they're kind of in the way. In this situation, what I may do actually is we bring our girder along first, add a supporting girder around about here, and take this one out, place a brass casing there, and then put one of these cage lamps in, and that can be our kind of street light instead. We can set up our girders or on top of the greenhouse here and set up the tube that's going to go at a bit of an angle. And then I think I'm also going to add another bit of support here to hold this thing up and set down some more girders to try and make sure that this looks like it's all being held up correctly. And then our last stop is actually going to be over here, and then pretty much more or less straight down, place some temporary blocks, preferably in the right spot, so we can add our entrance tube and make sure that's facing the right way and connect that up as well. And then with that hooked up to power, we can now crouch, jump, and make our way through the system. Of course, if I don't hold control here, we'll just fly into this trapdoor. But if we repeat this and hold control this time, we'll get flung into the next tube. And as you can see, we are going pretty fast. The camera is a bit janky at sometimes, but it gets us to our destination. And I think that's more or less what I want to do with this network for now. I do plan to add a little bit of a building here for this to properly go into. And I do need to set up these kind of support columns so that we have the new style that I made over here. But overall, pretty happy with the system. Probably add some extensions and stuff to this at some point. The main reasoning for this was to get from my warehouse all the way back to the main town in one easy way. And now heading back here to our warehouse and smart factory, I would like to start working on our new nether portal. And the first thing that involves is more or less just clearing out a bunch of land here to help flatten it out. Would have that been quicker if I just used a drill? Probably, but this is the beginnings of our cutout. And I think what I'm going to do is actually visit our concrete factory, because we are going to be building our iris door, and I must admit, I don't have much experience with that. So I'm going to borrow some concrete to actually kind of visualize how this door is going to look. And for those unfamiliar with iris doors, they are essentially just like camera irises. And they kind of open up in like a leaf-like style. You'll understand once I build it. Use my white concrete to begin with, just so I get an idea of how this is going to look. And I think something about that size will do. And now we just got to place the edges of these kind of lenses. And the easy thing to do probably is to come into the middle here and clear out. Although actually, should be using my mech trowel instead, as that means I could just replace blocks. But it would also help if I actually place them in the right spots. So there's our center part. And I need to more or less, like I said, make our lenses as we come out here. The design is actually going to be pretty simple. This is not exactly the biggest door in the world, so I think kind of just repeating the same kind of spiraling design should work. And that's more or less what I want from this. Now, of course, I do have to glue this all together. It's gonna probably take me a hot minute, especially as jetpacks and gluing don't work very well with each other. But essentially, I'm just going to start gluing at least one side of the black concrete with the white concrete below it and make sure that it's all connected up, and then just keep doing that for the rest of this. And with that absolute mess of gluing, hopefully that should be working correctly. Now need to make some mechanical bearings for this. And essentially at the ends of each of these lenses, I just need to place one down. This is going to be our rotation points for the lenses themselves. Then I actually need to hook these all up into one big system, giving ourselves a bit of wiggle room behind. Essentially, we just need to use a bunch of gearboxes, connect them all up, because we're going to need to attach a sequence gear shift to this. There's all our gearboxes connecting all of our mechanical bearings, and actually before I forget, I need to set these so they only place near initial angle to prevent any accidents when this is opening and closing. I'm going to throw in our sequence gear shift. I'm going to use this to turn these around probably by about 50 degrees, and then we're going to await new redstone pulse, because this turn will open the door and it will stay open until it gives a new redstone pulse. So if we press a button again, then want it to be delayed by a couple of seconds because I want to do something else, and then we're going to turn back in the opposite direction at about 50 degrees. And that's more or less the simple programming for that. And just to get some power over here for testing, I'm just going to throw down chain conveyor and just hook it up temporarily to our chain drives over here. And so now, if we make ourselves a quick button and place it on the gear shift, it should be the kind of first instance of how this is going to look. Now, I'm 90% sure that some of these are going to be rotating the wrong direction, but that's what the testing is for. So yep, as you can tell, it worked very well. Sarcasm, by the way. I think I might have missed a shaft. Oh yeah, I messed up this one. It's not facing the right way. So actually, let's press that again to return that back to the form that it was before. I don't know why I did that so quickly, but whatever. Try that one more time. I believe everything rotated correctly this time. Now it's just about throwing in some more gearboxes to make sure things are rotating correctly. I think for the most part, it was only these kind of outer ones that were facing the wrong way. So if we press this again now, that does seem to be working with the exception of this one. And I think that's actually because I glued something wrong. So let me fix that. And after a little bit more tweaking, I end up adding a rotational speed controller here because this thing was going way too fast. So now if we press this, relatively slowly opens. If we press it again, it should slowly close again, or not because I did it wrong. I forgot to set the direction back in the opposite direction. Okay, now we should be working. There we go. Can you tell I don't have much experience with this? Because I don't. And now that I know this is working, let's add a little bit of a design to it. I think this is going to involve some copper. We'll get to use our new copper washing system. Grab some copper blocks. I guess I actually need to input into our system here. If we send, I'm going to say about 40 into our weathered copper system. We can send that off. In fact, we can even go and watch it. And that does seem to be working how I want it to. And then I'm probably going to use chipped on these blocks because I want a certain look from them. And actually, I also want to send the rest of our copper blocks here to our waxer so that they stay that type of copper. And there's our 40 waxed weather and normal waxed blocks. I made sure to grab some tough as well. And then I'm going to convert these into these plated ones from chipped for both of them. Start replacing some of these blocks with our different copper variants. The middle part is going to be all of this weather type, and every other lens is going to be these weathered ones too. And then we can just use our normal copper blocks for the rest. Now this does look a bit flat, so what I think I'm actually going to do is use some of our copycat blocks to add a little bit of depth to this, and I think we can just repeat that all the way around as well. And I think something like that works pretty well. And then I'm going to replace our white concrete with some of this bordered tuff, and then just fill in the rest of this door here. There we go, I'm quite liking the look of that design, and I even set up a little button here with some redstone links so we can see it better. So that's its opening sequence, and that's its closing sequence. Now I gotta have a design around this thing, so it's, you know, not just a floating iris door. Now I've gone ahead and grabbed myself a bunch of waxed copper blocks, and I do intend to use the other types as well, but just until I have come up with a full design, just use the base ones for now. I'm gonna more or less follow the edges of our door here, but slightly inwards so that everything is nicely hidden. Actually, I need to make this too thick for the kind of design that I'm thinking of. And then I'm going to throw in some of the cut stairs as well, just to give it a bit of a more rounded look. And I also want to add a bit of an outer ring to this as well. So we can pull the sides out here, including some of our cut stairs, till we get something along those lines. And the nice kind of thing about this is that these added bits I'm adding to both the corners and the edges almost kind of give the impression that the bit in the middle is meant to look like a gear of some sort. I'm going to grab actually some of our black brick. And by the black bricks, I mean these dusk bricks from Create Deco. I'm going to fill out the back of this so that we can't see behind anymore. It gives a nice contrast to the copper. And I want to use some of these girders as well, both as a supporting structure and to kind of split up the darkness there as well. And now I think I'll continue the design of that all the way around in a little bit of a time lapse. And there we go. I think that's generally what I want for this ring. I ended up adding some of our exposed and weathered copper variants as well, just to add a little bit of texture, and so it doesn't look too orange and brand new. And the other thing I also did, if we open the portal, there's an actual nether portal in there now. Although apparently I have not set it correctly in the middle, so let me fix that. Okay, there we go. Now I fixed it. And I even add a couple plated wax blocks as well, just to fill in some of those edges. Now, I probably also should have got a mod that allows me to have round nether portals, but I didn't do that. So we're sticking to a square one for now. Now, of course, the problem is at the moment is that obviously the nether portal is a little bit higher than the ground. And even if the ground was here, there is a bit of a gap here I would like to fix with a small moving contraption. And what I'm actually going to do here is add a bit of a platform of such with some stairs. Do all of this together. And actually I'm going to temporarily break this portal because I don't want the noise. What we can do down here is add ourselves a very small entry shaft with a sequence gear shift attached to it. And I essentially need to do what I did for this sequence gear shift, but kind of in reverse, or at least different. So I'm going to need our delay at first, and I'm actually going to make this slightly longer at 4 seconds. I'm going to put piston through by just 1 meter. I wait for redstone pulse, another piston 1 meter back in the other direction. That should give what we need. And I've once again set up to some temporary power. And what I'm going to do is actually close our portal here, although apparently that just made it open up wider. Now I have to go fix that. And I've added an extra redstone link to our sequence gear shift here. And the hope is, press this button, the doors open, and then this gets pushed back by 1. Which it sure did. And I kind of forgot that I need to also place some of these other blocks down to kind of help with any of the iris door from sticking out. So now that should mean that when we press this button again, that should pull out and the door closes. Perfect. And with the door more or less done, I think we can start kind of figuring out exactly how the area around this is going to look. I'm going to mostly probably just kind of smash this out, as I have been yapping a lot while building. We can use a mix of these stone mini tiles and polished stone. And I do want to kind of make a slow ramp down towards our road down there. And I'm going to leave a little bit of spot in the middle here, I think, to add a button, so that we can still open and close the doors. And on the sides of this path here, I do want some more additional paths coming up to where on this side we're going to connect up our hypertubes. And I haven't actually decided what I want for the other building just yet. Potentially maybe a second hypertube entrance, but we can leave that empty for now. And yeah, this path is going to come down to our road here, and I think I'm going to just bring the rest of this road up to the same line. No point just having this little reversing spot here. And down here next to the actual portals themselves, I was thinking of adding some black concrete and purple glass down here. And I think something like that really simple works. That's to kind of pull into the nether portal design. I have realized that I think I've accidentally built this stuff a little bit too close, so I should move that. And there we go, there is the rest of the base done. I might have skipped ahead slightly. I added some water features right at the front here, some space for our buildings on each side, as well as made sure to fill in our purple and black on the edges of the portal. Oh, and also I filled in the rest of this road too. No longer any weird stubby bits. Now I still need to think about what I'm going to do with this particular chain conveyor. I think I may just put it underground. I don't want it going across and taking up the sight line, if you know what I mean. Now, as for our little building on the side here for our hypertubes, I'm going to be using some of Dean brick again, as it's a kind of similar orange to being using for all our copper and stuff. We want to make use of these orange stained glass windows as well, both because they look a little bit industrial and adds those bits of orange as well. And I would like to make use of our brass girders again to match the rest of our system. Some of these hedgestone bricks as well. And then we can also start making our roof, which is going to be a mix of our polished stone again, as well as some of these grey concrete attic roofs to add a little bit of light to the inside. And around the side here, probably going to have a bit of a bigger few set of windows, mostly just being 2x2. And I've deliberately left a little bit of a gap here, and I'm going to use some of these angled girder struts because this is where our hypertube is going to come through. Grab this here, plop it down on this side, and we can build the actual entrance to that in a second. But we also want to add some more of this glass above for the kind of roof area. And then I just need to complete the rest of the building with the similar designs for the other walls. And there we go, that's the main building more or less done. We've got some stairs coming up to our hypertube entrance as well. Still need to hook up to power. I'll do that a little bit later. And I'm going to, I think, more or less just duplicate that building over here as well. Okay, I may have got carried away. And after building our little building over here, I also did some landscaping around the portal. So we now have all this landscape with some stone, some of this cobblestone, and some leaves, grass, etc. on top. Now, have to make sure you don't look, you know, too far over, like just not too far. But it looks pretty good at the front. Hopefully I can fill in the rest of the back there during the next week. But if we open our portal here, we can actually turn this thing back on because I did forget to do that. There we go. And overall, I think that's looking pretty darn good, if I say so myself. But yeah, that's all I have time for today. Thank you everyone for watching. This one was a little bit of a different one. We obviously set up our Hypertube network and then this nether portal. And we've been doing a lot of factories recently, so I thought I would mix it up. But yes, anyway, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for the 5,000 subscribers. Can't believe we already made it this early in the year, considering it was meant to be my end of 2026 goal. So thank you once again. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye for now. Last time, we built a Hypertube network for our factory town and an iris door for our new nether portal. And now it's back to factory mode as I make a new rather opulent looking glowstone factory for all my lighting needs. Before we start this episode, I'd like to say that my Discord is now open to everyone. There is a link in the description. I am planning to open up a Patreon for the world download sometime in the next week, and I'll be announcing exactly when in that Discord. So if you'd like to join the Discord to find out when that Patreon is released, or just want to say hi to the rest of the community and get video announcements whenever I release per week, feel free to do so. But anyway, on to the actual video. Welcome back everybody. No real major changes since the last episode. Our nether portal is still here. It hasn't magically disappeared either. And I'll see you in today's episode, as you know by the title and the intro, we are about to get run over. No, we are going to be working on our glowstone factory. And we are going to be placing it very close to our copper and zinc factory, probably round about behind me. Although I am going to leave quite a bit of a gap in between these two, probably place some foliage in between, because this one's going to look a bit more opulent than my copper and zinc factory, and right next to each other might look a little bit odd. So the foliage will help cover that up for us. I think realistically, the first thing I need to do here is just flatten this area out. get some grass down and extend our little bit of path here. And there we go. I have flattened the area out and even figured out where the middle of our building is going to be. And essentially what I want to do with this building is we are going to have like a little bit of a bridge going over towards the factory, because I think I'm going to make the main factory floor the same height as this road while still having the building drop down, just kind of like our copper and zinc factory. So I'm going to use some of these cracked Dean bricks to kind of get an idea of how the entrance is going to look like. There's the world's tallest brick wall, but I was just trying to get the dimensions of how I want this to look. I think what I'm going to do real quick is make ourselves a little bridge here to go over. And I think I'm going to use some of this weathered limestone brick, making it about 7 wide. Then I also wanted to use this yellow slash locometal, steam and rails, because I like using these materials, honestly. I think it works really well for the kind of factory aesthetic. And yeah, there's our very simple bridge cut out where I actually want the door frame to be. And I think actually for this, I want to actually use some sandstone. So obviously this is going to be a glowstone factory. So I think using some of the more brighter colors like sandstone can make this look rather nice. And I'm just going to use some polished sandstone for the backing, and then some of this sandstone pillar trim from Handcrafted to add a little bit of depth to our pillars here. There's even a little corner trim that we can use at the top to kind of hold the roof up. Something along those lines is what I want, with probably a bit of a line across the top with sandstone. And then use some of these sandstone pillar walls, fill in between, a bit like that. You still get the hints of the brick behind, and it adds a little bit of detail as well. Now I do want to use some more of my yellow loco metal, thinking of adding a bit of a trim to the stuff above the door frame here, although I think what I'm going to actually do with some of this loco metal, wrap it around with some iron, because I kind of like that extra little bit of white being added to the trims of this. So we can just bring this back down again. And I think I'll actually also bring this across our pillars here, just to break up the sandstone a little bit. And we can even throw in some our glowstone kind of behind that to help light it up a little bit. Now I think we could do with a little bit of a window up here, so it's not just a massive plain brick wall. And I think I'm going to use some sandstone columns for the side of this, with some copycat stairs and some more of our smooth or polished sandstone. Use some of this stained brown glass in between. And honestly, you can't really tell that it's brown, but I like how that looks anyway. And then I'm going to throw in some more of our sandstone pillar walls at the top. And this is almost a little bit reminiscent of my desert train station, obviously using the typical sandstone rather than red sandstone. But I'm liking how that's looking so far. And we can even bring in some more brass into this by using our girders here, I think, for the edges of our door frames. And that adds a little bit of structure as well. Then at the top here, I think we're going to bring back our sandstone column and just go all the way across the top. And that could be more or less our roof line. I'm going to add some copycat steps as well, just to add a little bit more definition. There we go. There's the kind of basic entrance. I think I want to continue this concept for the rest of the building as well, although the sides are going to be a bit different because obviously our entrance is at street level, but we're going to have some lower entrances down at the bottom as well. And actually, let's make a start on those entrances, throwing down some of our Dean bricks, making it stick out like that with our bricks and polished sandstone, leaving about a 5 gap in between, and continuing to use our pillar trims from Handcrafted. I do want to have some glass windows again. I think I'm going to use the full block variants this time and turn these at a 90-degree angle so that they can be the entire door frame. And I am going to also bring down our wrapped loco metal here to go across, and also use these sandstone trims to cover the bottom of that as well. That's all I need to do for the bottom entrances. Now, or above, I want to have another kind of large window here, but I'm going to actually open the window up a bit, because for this bit specifically, we do need some gold carrots to help make our glowstone, which sounds a bit weird, but it's potion based. But what I'm going to do is add a spot where we can grow our carrots, smug that out with some dirt for now, and surround that with our loco metal, and then build up where we actually want our entrance slash opening, and we can just curve this arch a little bit. And I am going to add a little tiny bit of a structure here using some of this brass wrapped loco metal instead of the iron. I'm going to more or less cover where the dirt is with this and wrap around this with some bites and steps, making sure to fill this in with more of our loco metal here. And then I'm going to use these girders once again to kind of hold up the structure, as well as bring down our girders to the front of the building here. There we go. I went ahead and included some more other details with our sandstone stuff and some more of our brown stained glass. And then I need to just more or less replicate this on the other side. And there we go. There is both of those sides done. These are both going to be our carrot farms, and I am going to kind of mirror this for the back of the building as well. So we'll have 4 carrot farms in total, which hopefully give us plenty for what we should need. Now, as for the side of this building, I'm going to keep this side relatively simple, reusing our cracked dean bricks again, as well as our polished sandstone with our pillar trims on the front. And we'll probably indent this a little bit with our dean bricks, just so this wall isn't too flat, and use some more of our columns here and probably our pillar walls here as well, just so we have this nice lower bit. And I'll break through the wall here just to place some glass down. Then as for the upper part, this one's going to stick out a little bit more, some glass on top. Then I want to make use of our loco metal again to wrap this all the way around the frame. And then also once again throw in our brown stained glass. I don't think I need to make it any more complicated than that, so I'm probably just going to repeat that a couple of times here. And there we go, there is more or less the sidewall done. But now what I think I'm going to do is probably make a schematic of this, so I can more or less duplicate this on the back and other side of the building and save myself some time in the process. So I'll grab that schematic. We can head into time-lapse mode. And there we go, there is the general idea of what I want the exterior to look like. I obviously did end up doing some of the roof in our little time lapse here with some chimneys to go with. Still need to figure out the actual window situation up here. But then obviously I added some leaves as well for some extra foliage. Adds a little bit of extra color to what we already have. And now really got to figure out how I want the interior of this to look like. And I've got some ideas which should make this hopefully interesting. I think the first thing I'm going to do is quickly fill in this floor, so you don't just have a massive opening to the bottom floor. And that's it for the most part. However, I have deliberately left some space here down to the floor below, kind of in the same line with our carrot farms to be above. And I'm just going to use this area so you can look straight down, but also have a bit of structure here where we can also throw in some of our glowstone to help light up the area, and where we can throw some girders across as well as straight up as well for some more support. And I went ahead and also did it for all of our other spots here as well. I might consider putting some copycat panels at the top here to hide the dirt. I'll leave that for now. But what I will do is actually start connecting up these bits. I'd like to add a little bit of a platform in between our farms here, and as some stairs leading up there. Went ahead and did that on both sides, obviously with our catwalk railings in on both sides as well. And then in terms of these walls, which are looking very plain right now, I'm going to more or less copy what I did on the outside just to keep it mostly consistent. And we can even repeat our loco metal design that we had on the outside as well. And I completed that on all sides, including our side walls here. Hi Darren, by the way. And also added a little bit of an interesting roof feature with some more of our brass girders. I think for the most part, this is what I want the inside to look like, minus the create contraptions, of course. The general plan is we do need some netherwort. Just going to place a big old netherwort farm underneath here, and I think a cobblestone gen as well. Then we'll have our carrot farms up here. I will have to import some gold nuggets from our warehouse over here to make our golden carrots, and then we can mix those all together, create our night vision potion, which is actually what is needed to make our glowstone from our cinder flower, and we'll have our glowstone. And so now I think first things first is to make our carrot farm, and these should be relatively simple. We're going to have to break these so that we can place our mechanical bearing. We can just throw down our andesite casing and mechanical harvesters. Now doing this does make me realize how kind of small these are going to be, because the center blocks probably won't work here, but you know what? I don't think we're going to need that many carrots, so this will do just fine. We make sure we glue this all together. And in terms of power, I must admit I didn't really think about this till just now. We're going to remove our glowstone here and probably drag out a cogwheel so that we can chain these up together and bring that power underneath. Make sure it's mostly hidden away. In fact, actually, if I place that girder back down, it does actually almost look like the chain goes through the girder, so I guess that works out. I guess I'll just place the glowstone underneath there instead, and maybe we'll think of a way of covering that up better. I've also gone ahead and brought some power in from underground, so that should now be spinning maybe slightly too fast. I've honestly never seen them at this speed before. Oh my word. I think I'll slow that down a bit. Okay, I've gone ahead and added our speed controller here. So it's now going a much more reasonable speed. Then all we need to do now is start hoeing this. So we can add our carrots, although I'm also going to have to add a water source as well. And there we go, there's all our carrots in. And I also made sure to add our portable storage interface to this as well, so we can actually get the carrots from it. And now I just need to repeat that another 3 more times for these other spots. And there we go, there are those 4 set up. I did have to make a small change to our contraptions where I've placed the portable storage interface up 1 block so they're a little bit easier to extract. We aren't going to extract them yet, and they can just build up a little bit anyway while we work on the next part, which I think is going to be our netherwort farm underneath. And I've added some glowstone down here just so it's a little bit easier to see, and then I'm just going to place down a bunch of our soul sand so that we can place our netherwort on top. And we can also start placing in our netherwort. It goes relatively slowly. We need quite a bit of it. And luckily I had my farm over in my redstone factory that I was just able to use the excess of for this. And in terms of harvesting this, I think we're going to use a gantry shaft with some mechanical harvesters on each side. And we can have it on both sides to make sure that every single time it moves down the gantry, it harvests in both directions. I'll probably have the gantry itself down the middle here. That way we can just have the gantry facing down. Connect that up with the help of some glue. We need to place down a gear shift as well as some redstone contacts to go on each side, as well as place a powered latch going into our gear shift with some redstone coming out of that one. Then place some redstone links down with probably a mixture of glowstone and our netherwort. Place that on this one as well, making sure to set this one to receive. And that should mean that our gantry here should go back and forth every single time it reaches the end. Now, of course, I do need to power this gear shift. So I think I'm going to take this window out and bring some power down underneath. Then after some try and erroring, because I accidentally made a mistake, we now have a working farm. And we already have a decent amount in the barrel, which is good. And now we need to make a little tiny cobblestone generator, because we need that to help make our netherrack, at least with my custom recipe. We'll see with this cobblestone gen, I don't think I need it to be very big at all. I'm going to keep it very small, maybe just 3 wide. Add our andesite funnels going straight in with our cobble on top. Have our drills around the back, which I'm going to waterlog. And then with the help of some of our panels here, we have some glass in front so we can see what's happening. I'm just going to place our lava above. So now if we get some power to our drills here, and then clearly we still have quite a speedy connection here, so we can go straight up. And that should be making definitely enough cobblestone for what we need for this. Now I'm actually going to stop this thing when it gets to the end so that I can actually take off our portable storage interface, switch it to the other side. I think I want to also have our netherrack capabilities over here next to where our cobblestone is as well. So in order to make our netherrack, we're going to need our cobblestone, the nether wart from our farm, and also some lava, which we're going to bring in using our fluid transmitter. So let's get our basin down with our mechanical mixer on top. I'll set up a portable storage interface here with a smart chute underneath so that I can place a belt underneath that, so we can place that into our basin. Then kind of the same thing for our cobblestone with a separate belt coming from the vault underneath. That will also go into our basin. And I think I'll quite simply have a pipe and mechanical pump with our fluid transposer, which has our lava, that we can borrow the power from here. And I'm honestly thinking going to chain these up as well to make that nice and easy for us. And once we actually power these belts, we can then hook up our mechanical mixer here as well, although actually that needs to be way faster. Perhaps a little bit messy, but it works. And so now if we then return this back on so it starts moving, it should drop off our netherrack, or nether wart rather. Now we are making our netherrack inside this mixer. And now that we're done with that netherrack, I do need to crush it down into cinder flour. And I did move some things around here just to give myself a little bit more space. So I didn't plan this very well. What I think I'm going to do, which might be a little bit untraditional, is that I'm going to place some of our crushing wheels up the wall, and we're going to move the netherrack upwards through them. I don't even know 100% if this is going to work, but you don't know until you try. I think we're going to add some chutes here, continue that upwards. We'll bring a belt line through here, place down our item drain rather as well, and then get some power in, I think, to our crushing wheels. I think that's going upwards. Test that real quick by putting in a funnel that is pushing any netherrack up, though I'm suddenly realizing the chutes at the top aren't pushing up either. And after many mistakes and regrets, I got this thing working. We obviously have our netherrack coming up through our two crushing wheels, and then I set up a fan system to bring it up to the top here into a barrel. Was this overly complicated and just didn't need to be this way? Absolutely. Am I going back on it and fixing it? No, it is what it is. I think the last major thing I need to do down here is throw ourselves down another mixer, which is luckily already being powered, add our funnel to that, and then we do need infinite water to be planted into here. So I'm going to set up another pump situation and quickly just set up something for an infinite water source, throw 2 buckets in, and then bring another pipe out of the back of this basin, making sure to put in a smart fluid pipe as well as a pump. I'm just going to more or less pump this straight up to the top here and have a little tank ready for a little bit of storage. And then if I turn on this nether farm again, and actually what I have realized is that this needs to actually have a blaze burner underneath it to work. So let me go grab that real quick. With all that fixed, now you can see we have some awkward potion in here, although I kind of forgot I needed to use a glass bottle instead. But if we do that and place that in here, hopefully now that only the awkward potion should be moving upwards, we can rehook our pipe back up. Oh god. Okay, now the system is working. We've got our awkward potion being made and being transported back up into the tank up here. And that's 2 things that we now have for our glowstone. And the next thing we need to do is to bring that gold over from our warehouse. Really, the first thing I should do is actually get a train station placed down. You can probably put it a little bit ahead of the signal here. And then I'm wondering how far I can place the post box, because I did increase the distance for this. So I might be able to put it outside. Ooh, Wow, I really increased the distance for this. Wow, I didn't quite realize how much I increased it by. Well then, I think I'm going to place it in this corner so it doesn't look quite as ridiculous. Although I think I will place it on a girder at least. And that could be where our gold is coming in from. And I did go ahead and make our new delivery truck here in a nice shade of yellow. And I actually need to turn this truck around because I have also set out the track over here to actually export stuff from our warehouse now. So once I've set it up, the truck should come over here to this spot, pick up anything that I tell the system to put into our post box. So I think I'm going to go find a mob of sorts for our delivery driver. And I think there might be a bunch on top of this hill because mobs seem to love going up hills. So let's go take a look. Yep. Wow. Here. Oh my god, I know it's a bit of a thing in Minecraft for mobs to end up on the top of hills, but this is a little bit ridiculous. I have a bit of a selection to pick from at least. You know, I haven't had a horse, I don't think yet, as a driver, although I'm a bit scared you might be a bit too tall, but you know what? Let's find out. And I was correct. Let's try a cow instead, shall we? Okay, much better. And now if we get our schedule set up, we want it to travel to storage. Actually, no, we wanted it to travel to reverse 5 first and make it so it doesn't wait. Then to storage 5, and we'll have a scheduled delay for, we'll say, a couple of minutes, just so it's not going around too much. And then it needs to go all the way to our Glowstone Factory. And I'll set that to cargo inactivity for about 2 seconds as well. And that should be more or less it. If we give that to our cow, apparently it cannot be found. Let's see what I've done wrong. Okay, I figured out the issue. When I was mirroring these tracks, I forgot to set up something properly. So that should now successfully reverse in, although I do need to slow this thing down as it's going a bit fast. Just stay there for a couple of minutes now. But if I tell it to skip the current stop, that should head over to our Glowstone Factory. And yes, that looks like a much more appropriate speed. Now, if we set up our post box here so that we can empty out into this barrel here with our packager and andesite funnels, I'm going to grab a factory gauge and hook it up to our current system over here and place it on this packager. So we can then put gold nuggets in our SW05, and we're going to ask this to send an additional 32 to make sure it doesn't send too many packages. And then we'll set this to active for 1. And there we go. Now it's asking for 96 nuggets, 1 stack plus the 32. And so hopefully when this truck reverses up, it should pick up the package inside, which it did. And as the truck pulls up here, it should go into this post box, get unpacked and placed into our barrel. Perfect. Now we need to just use these gold nuggets to actually make our gold carrots. And then in order to actually craft our carrots, we are going to need our mechanical crafters, making sure that they are facing the right way and connecting up all of the edge ones, as that's where our gold nuggets need to go into. And I have no idea if this actually works, but I'm going to put a packager directly on the back of this, because as for our carrots here, what I think I'm going to do is place down a vault with some smart chutes and some portable storage interfaces so that our carrots get moved to the storage. I think I'm going to set up a simple chain conveyor that kind of goes across to the other side here as well. Connect those up with a chain. Can place a packager here, hook a frog up to the chain, and do that for the one down here as well. And if I actually place a stock link on this one and hook up a factory gauge to it and set it to here, we may be able to set this to carrot. Let's just say literally 1. And we'll call this frog paw, I guess just carrot. Doesn't need to be anything too complicated. So then we could do that as well. It looks like a package came out of it, but now I just need to power our chain up here. That powered up. It definitely put a carrot in the middle, and that actually did work. So I'm actually really happy about that. Let's get rid of this absolutely ugly cobblestone stack. And then all I really need to do here is set up some drains so that they go straight in put a barrel to the side. Hopefully that does go in. Then I just need to power this thing. And after some tweaking, we got some power to our mechanical crafter, but I also had to change out this setup a little bit. Because while it was working, whenever it asked for more carrots, it never seemed to send one again. So some weird little bug there. So I am using a hopper kind of situation right now, where I've filled in the carrots, at least for the first part, and then just put a bunch of kelp for the rest. And then this just constantly tries to make sure that this barrel has about 10. So that should keep it in stock at least. Now that we've got all the pieces to our puzzle, I need to start mixing things together. So the first thing to do is place our blaze burner down with our basin and mechanical mixer. And we're going to need 2 pumps here, both going into the basin and the blaze burner. We'll have our fluid transmitter, the blaze burner, as well as a pipe coming in from our fluid tank for the awkward potion. And we can bring in a belt coming from our carrots, some funnels going in from those, and that will create our night vision potion. And then if we actually continue our belt past our barrel here, bring that to the other side, we can then set up a brass funnel into a barrel that only allows for glowstone to enter, and then place our spout down with a pipe and smart pipe. And once I hook this all up to power, I can then set our night vision potion to our smart fluid pipe to make sure that's the only thing that comes out. So now, if we add another funnel to here, we should now be making our glowstone dust. Now I won't lie, this is not my cleanest setup. I must admit, I didn't think too deeply about exactly how this was going to lay out in this factory. I just built it. Classic mistake, but we at least got what we wanted. But now I think I would like to actually finish the decorating for this place. I said I was going to add some more trees around and stuff. I'll bring you guys back once I'm done with that. And there we go. There is the final product. I placed down some of my custom oak trees with a cannon, as well as, of course, our normal ones to help separate from the Zinc factory. And then I made sure to add some stairs going down to the lower area with some dirt and whatnot. Added our limestone brick for the bottom floor as well. And then decided to do this little bit of redstone trickery. Considering this is a glowstone factory, kind of made sense if we had some fun lights on the outside. And I mostly did that with just a bunch of observers. And I don't know if there's a way to do this in Create. I've just realized that this observer is not even facing the right way. But I don't think I need it anyway. But I don't know if there's a way to do this in Create or not, but I knew this is how it worked in Redstone at least. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching today. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we built a rather opulent looking glowstone factory for all my lighting needs. And now we're upgrading our old train factory by building a new depot with fully automated obsidian, train casings and tracks. Welcome back everybody. No significant changes to our glowstone factory from the last episode. I did fix the block up here that was bothering maybe a couple of people, making it not symmetrical, and I'm surprised I didn't see it beforehand, but it's fixed now. And I also went ahead and threw in some campfires underneath our big old crucible here, just to add a little bit more of effect with it too. But today's episode actually involves the area right behind me. And the aim is to actually replace our little tiny train track factory over here in the main town. As while this does work, it's kind of a little bit of manual. I have to make the obsidian myself when trying to make train casings. And then the track also requires me to put in some smooth stone in here as well. So it would be nice to get this into a bigger place, automate more things, and make it so that I don't have to do anything. And this area next to the main part of our train yard has been empty for some time, and it would be nice to finally get in at least something here. My idea is to do a nice big train depot with a little bit of a factory on the side to make all the stuff that we need. But first I need to actually give this thing a home, or at least a temporary home, because its current position is not gonna work out. Although let's also not accidentally crash into train behind either. And there we go, I've moved it over here for now, as we don't currently have any trains going into the actual platforms. But I'll have to think of a permanent home for that at some point, because it's not going to fit in the train depot either. I will perhaps have to make a track next to it. And the first thing I want to do is actually figure out the front of this thing. I do want to line it up with the rest of our train yard's structure here, and also use some of the granite bricks that we used for the main station. And the door frame is going to need to be pretty big to fit our trains in here. We're going to more or less go straight up with our polished stone, one block inside the brick. And I'll probably actually continue the polished stone into our brick as well, just to help cut up the brick and maybe even throw in some of our laid tough bricks at the bottom. And above the door frame, I think we're going to want to continue our granite bricks. And I do want this to be like a bit of a slanted roof towards the center. So if we get an idea how big I want the center door to be as well, then I can start kind of sloping these bricks down to the bottom here. Something like that should work. And then I do want some windows up here, just so it's not one massive brick wall. We can throw in our weathered iron window panes. So use some copycat slices, I think, for our windowsills and above. And I didn't want them quite as large as the steps, so using the slices instead. Then we're going to add some slabs on top and make these some of our polished stone as well. That's the very basic gist of that. So I want to add a few more details. I think we'll add some of our steps around the door frame to add a little bit of depth. And then I think I want to have some kind of rolling door set up. So I'm going to use actually some of our brown brass wrapped loco metal. It's a kind of difficult one to say. Bring it up the sides with some of our vertical steps. And then also have some of our copycat panels with some of this andesite sheet metal from Create Deco. And that kind of makes it look like a bit like a roller door of sorts. And then I need to continue that design for the center and other half using the same kind of premise. And we can add some bigger windows to this one as we have some more room, making sure to include our windowsills and such. And there we go, I repeated it on the other side as well. Now, front of this is looking, maybe a little bit boring. I think we can spruce it up a little bit with some more of our loco metals and stuff. And the design I'm thinking of probably doesn't actually make a lot of sense. I am quite literally just making this up on the fly. We can have our wrapped metal going up there with some more of our brass girders in between. Kind of just copy that across here, making sure to go all the way up to the top. That's what we have to begin with, although I did forget to put in some brass girders here. I think we'll add some diagonal ones on the corners here. And I'll bring out the polished stone at the top here as well, because I think that looks better. And then I think I want to add some kind of canopy at the front of these. I'm going to build out with our normal girders here a little bit, connect those up. And I want to use some of these slope layers for the actual roof part itself. Do a mixture of our brown loco metal and industrial plating, probably just continuing that down underneath as well. And use our steps across this as well to add a little bit of a lip. And then to add a little bit of support below that, throw down some more of our girders here and connect them up. And I think that definitely helps make the front look a bit more interesting, even if maybe it ends up covering up some of the other stuff. But I will also remove this middle one here because I had an idea for myself from the warehouses, which you actually can't see from here. The warehouses uses these Nixie tube screen things for numbers. And I think I might do the same thing here, but actually make them too high instead. And then I can get my clipboard out to add our numbers. There we go, 0, 1. And then I think I'll just repeat that design for the other parts as well. And there we go, there is the front more or less done. We've got our 3 doorways, I've added some leaves, I added a little bit of a flywall in the middle, because I don't know, why not? And I'm thinking that's looking a bit more interesting. Now, as for the sides of this building, this is pretty much going to be a very kind of repetitive thing. And it's probably going to be similar to the windows that I have on the upper floor here. Probably going to do this 2-1-2-1 pattern to match with, once again, the rest of our girders and stuff. We have a nice big window opening like this with our withered iron panes and our window sills. Continue that brick up a little bit. Connect up our girders, I think, here. And I'm going to use a mixture of these deep slate slabs to kind of slowly ramp up to the top here. So I do think I want to add some light going into here. So I'm going to remove inner 3 of this and add some copycat slabs so we can then place in our weathered iron windows, and that allows some light to the inside. Now I do want to add a little bit of an extra structure on the roof here. Nothing too large. And we can even add some little windows here to allow some light in. Then continue our deep slate roof design up the top of this as well. And that's more or less what I want from that. And now I just need to repeat this on the other side of the building and a second more time. And there we go, there's the roof completed on both sides. The reason why I've done it this way is that I'm going to actually use a schematic now. Basically just try and grab everything that I have made for the side walls here, including the roof. And we'll turn this into a proper schematic. And if we come over to our schematic table here, throw in an empty pattern schematic and grab that schematic again. Now place this down and line it up with what we want it for. Essentially, we can use this pattern schematic to repeat this design all the way down. Although I've come to a sudden realization that I need to remove the doors so that this schematic doesn't accidentally copy those over as well. One moment. I have to remember to add those later. Yes, we can essentially clone this all the way along so that it lines up with the rest of our train yard. And then when we throw this into our schematic cannon, we can grab our clipboard, find out what we need. There's quite a bit of stuff. I can obviously ignore the short grass and stuff. And then I'm gonna grab all those items and do a quick little time lapse. And there we go, there is the main depot done. I did also go ahead and add a little bit of an extension on the side here, just so that it matches with the rest of the depot and so that we can actually have a spot for all of our factory stuff. Oh, and I just remembered to also re-add our doors again on both sides. You actually do it now before the end of the episode because otherwise I would have forgotten for sure. With my general plans on the inside here, what I want to do is actually take up quite a bit of this track, and we're going to replace it with this tireless train track, which is from Demon Rails. Essentially what these are rails without the ties. It's kind of in the name. And the reason why I'm doing this is that I want to dig up some area underneath these tracks, because I kind of want this to be like a bit of a maintenance depot, or at least like the modern concept of one. So we're going to need some room underneath here, and essentially want a trench like this going all the way down the length of our train yard. And I want to make use of some of our loco metal and girders to make it look like this is actually holding up the track. And we can make sure to line this up with our other girders. And then I can also have some catwalk stairs coming down from these so that you can walk down and do some maintenance underneath the trains. I think the walls are going to be mostly polished stone, or at least the bottom two blocks. Then we can use some of this edged tough brick for the top layer and some of these column blocks for the floor. We can add some glowstone as well to keep this lit. And I kind of just want to repeat this design all the way down. And there we go. I ended up doing all three of them, including adding some of our tile tough columns and this striped yellow concrete in between. And I do want to add some trains in here that actually look like they're in maintenance. I think what I'm going to do first is actually start working on some of our little factory bits, mainly because it'll make my life a little bit easier when it comes to building these trains. And the first thing I like to make today is our obsidian maker. And we need that obsidian to help make our train casings, because we need to make some sturdy sheets, which involve some lava being placed onto some powdered obsidian and then pressed twice. And I'm going to make this about 5 wide. I'm going to be making use of our minecart contraptions for this rather than using drills, because drills take such a long time. And I am going to dig down here a little bit. I need to place down a vault to hold all of our obsidian in, and some hoppers going into that rather than our typical chutes, because these actually check for a little bit higher, which will make sense in a little bit. Throw some of these leaves down, and I'm going to fill these up with some water to waterlog them. Then I'm going to place down some copycat panels on the bottom here, and then glue this all together with this bit of stone to the side, because this is where we're going to place our card assembler as well as our minecart, so that when this is given power, it turns into a contraption and vice versa. Above this, I'm going to place down some pipes. Get them to all kind of face down towards the bottom without connecting. And then I can throw in a mechanical pump and a fluid transmitter, which has our lava. Cover this up from behind. Oh, there's a train here. And then in order to prevent anything from leaking out, I'm going to put a bunch of panels in front. Keep some of this glass so we can still see inside. And I think I also want to actually add some brass casing around this as well, just to make that look a little bit prettier. And then at the end here, I would like to place down a smart observer. I'm going to have to break this block temporarily to make it face the right direction. There we go. And out the back of this, I want to add a redstone torch and a redstone link, and also place one next to our card assembler as well. And we can make the signal so that it is just obsidian. We'll add obsidian also to our smart observer, as that's what we are actually looking for. And then I need to bring some power from underneath. And all I've got to do more or less, bring our power up to our pump here. And that should be start placing down obsidian. Because of how I built this, the lava kind of goes to the left and doesn't break the obsidian until the last spot, which the smart observer then sees. Now I think a 1x1 situation probably would actually be even quicker than this, but I kind of like the idea of a wider one anyway, just because I think it looks a bit better. And it also means the contraption noise happens slightly less often, because that can be a little bit annoying sometimes. But yes, the reason why I use the hoppers is that sometimes the obsidian blocks can get caught on our panels inside, so we've just used some normal hoppers to make sure that everything gets put into the vault. And then our next part is to actually make our sturdy sheets. I am going to temporarily turn this off because of the noise. I think for this we're going to have a nice long belt going across. We can also throw in our brass casings on, and we can throw in a shaft and some gearboxes so we can place our crushing wheels on it. Grab some power from here real quick to make sure it's turning the right way, which it currently isn't. There we go. Then I'm going to place some brass casings on top. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a visual bug there. I wonder if we can place some shafts down and that'll fix it. Yep, there we go. It did. And then after this, you're going to need our spout. It's going to be placing the lava onto our powdered obsidian. Then we can once again add a mechanical pump and our fluid transmitter, bring the power up from our belt to power that up. And then the one thing about crushing obsidian is that there is a chance of it effectively duplicating. So we get one crushed obsidian and then one obsidian back. So the way that we can get around that is by placing down a vault. You do that on both sides, have a belt going around the back here, and then we can use our funnels on both sides, making sure to set this one to inwards and adding our obsidian filter to go into that. And then we just need to power this up, which you might be able to just do from here. Yeah, there we go. And then the rest of the stuff is more or less packages and things. So I think what we'll do is we can have a barrel here, a packager on top. It's an extra funnel here for anything that's obviously not obsidian to go into. And then we can use our smart chute above here with a barrel packager on the side as well, so that we can actually send obsidian to this point, because we'll have to pull it out of this vault. And then I need to set up the frogs for this. And the only problem with that is I do need to bring a chain conveyor to here from our warehouse. And that's not going to actually be very easy to do. So I think what I may have to do, kind of like what I did over here next to our nether portal, where I dip the conveyor to go underground for a bit. With the only problem being that we do have the railway tracks for our trucks here, so I might have to go down a little bit deeper than usual. I think I'll do that off cam real quick and bring you back in when I'm doing the frogs. And there we go, there is our conveyors in, and then you go all the way underground and through to the other side. Probably make this pretty a bit later. For now, I think I'm actually going to break down this wall a little bit so we can enter, have a bit of a doorway as such. We can start bringing in the conveyors to the inside here. Of course, start hooking up these frogs. And we can place some signs on this to actually send things back to the system. Make sure that's always on. And we can call this frog Sturdy Sheets so that any obsidian is being brought to this point. And I've gone ahead and extended this item vault a bit so we can place a packager here as well as a frog. What I may do instead actually is grab some storage links here real quick, or stock links, connect it up to our current system and add it to these instead. That way we can just constantly hold all our obsidian and all of our sturdy sheets inside of these containers instead, rather than sending them back. And really the last bit I need to do here is to actually make the train casing itself. So I think we're going to have depot here with a deployer on top, smart chute on top of that, with a barrel and packager, as well as a frog to connect up to our conveyor system. And then on the front of this packager, we're going to want a factory gauge, and we want this to monitor for brass casings. I think I'm literally only going to put, we're going to say about 10 in here. I'm going to call this frog above it train casing, so I can then add our restocker for the train casing. We even tell it to request an additional 10 just to make sure that it stays stocked. And in theory, from our warehouse, we should be getting about 20 factory gauges directly into here. And I meant to say brass casings, not factory gauges, but here we go. There's already 20 inside here, and this is going to keep asking for more because of how much is kind of stored inside of the deployer. So that would take a second to fill up. And then we're going to obviously need a chute underneath, as well as a barrel. And actually I've realized I think I need to move this up by one, so 1 second. Okay, there we go. There's that more or less fixed. And now we can place our packager with our frog port without it being too low in the ground. I'll just have to make sure this goes back to our storage. Okay, I suddenly realized after the last clip that I made a kind of a mistake with this. I had only set up one of them and it was the wrong one, but essentially what this system does now is this frog calls for brass casing, put it into this barrel, down into the chute, and then place on this depot, as you can see here. And this frog up here will, when we ask for it, will place in some sturdy sheets, go into our deployer here, put the sturdy sheets on top of our brass casing, and then once it turns into a train casing, it gets pulled out into this frog and back into the system. Sorry if that was kind of confusing. Apparently I even confused myself. Now the last major kind of component I need to add in here is for our track making. And I do want to make 3 types of track in here. We are of course going to make our normal train tracks, which is a stone slab, some iron nuggets, and a press. We want the tireless train tracks like we used in here. And that's more or less the same thing, but we put in glass panes instead of stone slabs. And then the phantom train tracks are iron ingots and a single phantom membrane to make phantom train tracks. And there's no normal way to automate phantom membranes within normal create, but conveniently ages ago, I made a recipe that allows you to convert feathers with haunting to phantom membranes. It might be slightly OP, but it's just more convenient, you know? And so we're gonna need 2 systems here, one for the normal tracks and the tireless tracks, and the other for the phantom rails. So we'll start with our normal system. We're going to need a belt, as well as a saw, which is going to make our stone slabs. And then we need to continue our belt a little bit longer, where we're going to place our 2 deployers and our press down. And then we can throw in some of our brass casings for the belt, a barrel down at the end with a funnel going into it. And then we're also going to have 2 more barrels on the sides here, some brass funnels facing downwards, our packages going to each one of them, because our tireless ones don't need to be cut or anything, they just need to be glass panes. So they should be coming through this packager and our stone slabs through this other one. And then we can hook up our frogs to the main system. And this one can just be called tracks, and this one tireless tracks. And then of course we can also add another packager here to send this back to the system, which can have our store items sign on it. Now our 2 deploys here are going to need the iron nugget. So we need to give them a constant supply. Throw our smart chutes down an item vault, another packager, and another frog. Let's call this tracks iron nuggets. Hook up another factory gauge to this. We can throw in our iron nuggets, send it to tracks iron nuggets, ask for additional, we'll say 32. Then we can ask for this to always hold on to about 2 stacks worth. So we should start seeing some iron nuggets come through the system. Here they come into the frog. And now both these deployers have the iron nuggets that we need. So now if we actually hook up some power to the system, I can then set up this sword to make sure it only makes our stone slabs. Then if we throw in some stone into here, start making our incomplete tracks, because I forgot to power the mechanical press. Good job, me. Okay, there we go, that's fixed, and now we have a bunch of train tracks in here. Then to test our tireless ones, we can also throw the glass panes in here, and that's now making our tireless train tracks as well. Perfect. Anything got to redo now is add a pulse timer at the back here. And we set this to every, let's say 20 seconds. So the stuff in the barrel gets sent back to our storage every now and then and not constantly. And now we need to make pretty much the same system on the left-hand side, but for our phantom rails. Get our belt again. We're going to need our 2 deployers and our mechanical press, our barrel and the funnels going into their respective barrels, chutes on top with some bolts and another packager and frog port, which we can just call tracks iron bars or ingots, our factory gauge so that we can quest our iron ingots to this. Same kind of system we did for the iron nuggets. Pin up all to power. Now if we actually throw in our phantom membrane, that goes through. And now we have 32 phantom train tracks, which are now being sent back to the main storage. And I think that's all the main parts that I wanted to do with this train factory here. I think the only thing I need to do now is head back into the storage warehouse and hook up a bunch of the factory gauges so that this is all properly automated. And there we go, we've added quite a few more factory gauges for all our different types of tracks and stuff. And we're crafting all the things that we need in here. I did forget to power on some things. They have since been fixed, including our deployer here to actually make our train casings. I should probably also power this back on too. We have enough obsidian. And now all I got to really do left is probably size up the place a little bit, add some more lighting, and I want to add some more trains behind me to actually be sitting in our depot, as well as clean up some of the ground out here for our train yard so that it matches with the rest of it. So I think I'm going to go do that and then do a little bit of a tour at the end of the video. And there we go. This is more or less the finished product. I may have gotten slightly more carried away than I was expecting to. End up adding some of these semaphores from Steam and Rails because I think they look cool. We've obviously got our dirt and mud around now with our grass and leaves so that it matches the rest of the train yard. Including on this side, we now have more of a home for our massive drill thing here. It might not make much sense, but it's here anyway. And then as for the inside, we do have some of these little robots that I made using some of the smart observers and like the grindstones and stuff. And I added a few of those around, made sure to add a bunch of crates, some cogwheels, including down the bottoms as well. And I also even did one of these robots underneath, making it look like that they're working on the trains as well. And I did a couple of those. And in here, I more or less just added all these barrels and stuff as well, with the only exception being that I kind of decided to add some brass casing behind all this stuff, just to kind of make it seem more like one piece. Yeah, honestly, overall, I'm actually really quite proud of this. I did schematic in some of the trains that I had made previously and just removed anything else that was on top of them from before. So we have our train that goes to our farm area and our train that goes to the desert area, minus of course any of the sand and stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have time for this week. Thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate it. The Patreon is now open. Both Patreon and YouTube members can now get access to world downloads and schematics on my Discord. So make sure to go and look for all the links and stuff in the description. And I think there's already been about 80 of you who have joined the Discord. So hello to all of you as well. But once again, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we built a train depot with attached train factory to make train casings and tracks. And now, we're building a new factory in the form of a forge, which won't actually be forging anything other than bricks, but it's a thought that counts. But yes, welcome back everybody. No major changes to our train yard since last time, with the small exception of adding a little path next to our entrance for our factory stuff. And to be fair, I did actually build this last time, I just forgot to show it. And in today's episode, we're working on a brick factory. It's going to look more like a forge more than anything else, but that's what I wanted to build. And that's going to be roughly behind where I am at the moment, next to our copper and zinc factory. And so the first thing I'm going to do is flatten out some of this land to prep it for a new building. And there we go, there is our bit of flat land. I did raise it up ever so slightly compared to our copper and zinc factory because I want it to kind of slowly rise up towards the end of the road here. I think we're going to start off with the actual door frame for this building, which might be a slightly weird thing to start with, but I want the front of this to kind of look like a furnace of sorts, or at least the door frame I want to look like a furnace. I want something about that size, and I'm going to wrap it around with some of this grey local metal. Then one block back, use some of our grey brass wrapped local metal. We can make this look a bit more interesting by throwing in some of our yellow local metal on the sides here. And then just so this doesn't look too flat of a design, I'm going to throw in some of our copycat blocks here to add a little bit more depth. And as you could probably tell, I've maybe become slightly obsessed with using copycat blocks again, especially ever since I got more access to Zinc. I'm also going to use some of these girder struts just to add a few kind of slopes to this design. I think I'll do that on the edges here as well. Change the angle of this a little bit so that I can do that. And there we go. I think that's where I want all the girders. End up adding a little bit of a trim of Dean bricks so we can actually attach those. And I think I'm actually going to throw down some more of these Dean bricks to get an idea of exactly how large this building is going to be. I think something of that size is going to be what I want, but I do want some kind of lava features coming down from the side here. So we're going to throw down some more of our grey / local metal and use some of these pillar trims again that we used for our Glowstone Factory, but in deep slate. And after digging a little bit of a hole, we can go grab some lava. Then we can throw our lava into here to have that stream down. I think I'm going to use a radiator fan from Steam and Rails just to add a bit of movement as well. And then just go repeat that on the other side. And now I think I want to figure out where the roof line is going to be. We can use some of this polished deep slate. Help us figure that out. We can have that kind of roof line, but with some additional copycat steps and such to add a bit of a lip to it. And I do want to add a bit of a slanted bit of roof here. So I'm going to use some of this brown brass wrapped local metal with some slopes, some of this flat brown local metal as well for the actual roof bits itself, and then add a little bit of a trim as well. I'm liking how that's looking so far, but this does look a bit plain at spots, so I think we're going to use our brass girder struts again for these corners. I'm going to actually break through this wall a little bit and place down some copycat slabs. Unfortunately, the preview isn't showing up anymore since I updated one of my mods. Not sure which one. But then we can put some panels in front of this and then some brass windows. And that helps fill up that gap. I think I'll place down some girders here and repeat it on the other side too. And there we go. I even added some additional fans in the center there as well, with some of them turned off, just so they don't look all exactly the same. And now as for each side here, I think I want to add some form of tanks. We're going to make use of our andesite scaffolding here, the base, with some local metal on top. And use some of these vertical slopes for the actual angle so it looks a little bit more rounded. Obviously fill that in with the rest of our local metal. And out of the top, continue this up and hook it up to the building, and then just use some normal copycat slopes to slope it upwards. And then just so this doesn't look like it's kind of just balancing there, place some girders down and bring that towards the ground. And there we go, there is our 2 tanks after I mirrored it on the other side. Now I think I'm going to work on the sides of the building, which is going to be using quite a lot of brick. And as we're not going to have any windows on this, it's pretty much just going to be a very big wall, but I am going to break it up with some of our local metals, as well as a ton of girder struts, which we're just going to pretty much snake all the way up the top in pretty much this fashion, and we can just keep repeating that design all the way to the end here. After that, I think we're going to add some girders going across here with some chains heading upwards. It's going to actually wrap around our deep slate around the sides here and have these hanging down from that deep slate. Then with that designed, I also replicated it on the other side of the building here with the help of our schematic cannon. I'm going to start placing in our massive brick wall back here as well, because my hope back here is to actually add some massive pipes kind of coming out the back of the building and down below. Because I haven't really mentioned it before, but I do eventually want to add a little bit of a cliff face behind all our buildings here, and then extend our waterway all the way down, kind of where there is meant to be a riverbed here, but Minecraft terrain generation kind of didn't successfully do it. I'm going to start with some of the supporting structure to begin with, including pulling out some of our girders and attach them with some chains to the ground and deep slate above. Now I do think the pipes are going to be quite large coming into this, just so it fills up most of the wall. So we will get a general outline, I think, of what I want for this pipe. And actually what I may do here is make this actually one more wider because of how big I want this pipe to be, and replace the structures that I did before with some brass wrapped ones instead, so that it stands out from the pipes themselves. We can then continue our pipe outwards with our grey / local metal. And then I want to use our brown, the actual pipe itself. I'm going to bring that out by a few blocks so that we get enough clearance from any kind of cliff that I build down here later on. And then we can start tilting this down by one until we're left with something along these lines. And I can then continue this straight down. And then we can use some of our metal girders to surround this a little bit. And also use girder struts to attach these around. And we can do that down the entire shaft of the pipe for a little bit of structure. And there we go, there is our more or less finished pipes, and I'll be sorting out the bottom of these obviously once the cliffs and water are put in. The only thing really left now for the exterior of this building is the roof, which itself is going to be quite basic, but I'm going to put a couple of things on top. So let's very quickly bang out our roof that we're going to build on top. And the very first thing I want to build on top is a massive chimney. At least that's what I'm calling it. I'm not sure if you could really count it as that, but that's what I'm doing anyway. And of course we are mostly using our brown / local metal for this. We are going to kind of slowly taper it out a little bit as we head upwards. And I think it'd be something like that shape, but all the way around. And then use some of our brass wrapped local metal to act as a top layer. And that's looking pretty good so far. I think I want to bring down some of this brass to meet up with some girders, including some of our slanted ones. So it looks like it's held up a bit. You can kind of just do that all the way around. And then honestly, just because I like these fans so much, I'm going to throw some of these in as well behind our girders, making sure to stop some of them. Then I think I want to borrow from myself with our big old crucible over at the copper and zinc factory and grab some magma blocks and put some campfires underneath too for that extra kind of fire looking effect. And I actually need to go get some of those magma blocks so we can use our new nether portal, which I still really like. Hopefully it didn't break in the process. It sure didn't. Grab some of this real quick and not try to get burnt by the lava. A couple of stacks should do for now. Make sure to close our portal afterwards. Very nice, very nice. I do enjoy that portal. And then we can just spam our magma blocks in. Throw our campfires underneath for good measure. And there we go, there is our smoke effect. As for the other roof features, I think I want to build a crane here. I'm not going to overly complicate this thing or make it look extra fancy. Kind of just want something coming off the roof that kind of breaks up the symmetry of the building a little bit. As much as I love symmetry, sometimes breaking it looks better. Go out about that far. And I think with the girder struts themselves, we can actually go straight through this block, which I think actually looks a bit better, because if we did it the kind of normal way, where we do it from each side of the block, it's not as good. So the other method definitely works better. I think I'm going to use a little bit of trickery here, bring out some of the local metal so we can connect our girder to it, but then remove the girder and use our chain to come down from that to another bit of local metal And then because this is meant to be a brick factory of sorts, I am just going to place a bunch of them underneath this and then use our copycat panels on the bottom and the sides to make it seem like it's moving some bricks around. And the last two things I think I want to do on this roof are just a small bit of lighting here. Use some of this double inlaid glowstone and some structure. Make sure to do that on both sides. And then on this side, I want to do another kind of chimney thing, but there's lava going through it. So I'm going to be making use of brown brass wrapped local metal again, some breaks of some gray local metal. And we're going to have something about that high. Throw in some glass in between so we can actually see our lava moving downwards. I'm going to, of course, use our trusty copycats again to go up the sides and then finish this up with some girders on the outside, probably only going up to the second floor, I think. And then finish this off with some red industrial cage lamps, making sure to turn them on. Throw in our lava, and that's kind of streaming down. It kind of makes it look like a constant stream between the top chimney down to the lava fall behind me. Whether that makes any sense in real life or not is a whole nother story, but I like how it looks anyway. And I think in terms of the actual exterior of the building itself, I think we're in a pretty good position here. I think what I'll do is I'll landscape the outside of this a little bit so it's not just plain grass, and then we can start actually working on the inside. And there we go, there is our landscaping done. I did lower the path next to our road here down to the same level, as well as added some of our coaster, packed mud, etc. Connected up our lava streams to a point, and I filled in the inside with a bunch of this border tuff. Now my plan for the inside first is to actually make a little furnace here. I've gone ahead and made a big old pit here real quick. I put our belt in with some fans underneath, and I'm just going to place some lava on those, as well as some dirt just to kind of hold that all in. And that will be the actual system that cooks all our clay into bricks. And now, as this is going to be inside a bit of a furnace, I'm going to place down some campfires to act as the bit of smoke coming out from the lava. And then we can also add our lava on top of this. That's the base of that done. And then I'm going to use some of our colored local metal here, because I kind of want to emulate the effect of the heat coming off the lava going up the metal. So we're going to have our yellow, followed by our orange / local metal, our red on top of that. And then I think going one block inwards, we can also surround the top of our furnace. And I think that looks pretty cool. I think that shows off how the heat is going up the metal quite well. And then we can just use some of our / grey local metal just to kind of wrap around the colored local metal. And then finish off that design with some of our copycat blocks acting as a bit of a trim, and add some girders on the side, just because I feel like that helps actually make it look more like a furnace. And that's more or less what I wanted for the design. I think the one thing I will actually do though is probably drag this lava out to the front here a little bit, just so that it helps light up the area a bit and means there's a bit less monotonous stone. There we go, I'm liking how that is looking. And the idea as well is that once the clay is moving down our belt here, we're going to have some kind of form of underground storage, which we can then pull out from for our actual brick making. Now, I think the next thing I want to do here is actually get our clay made and sorted. So we need to import from our warehouse all of our sand and bring it out here to be processed. So I'm actually going to throw down some girders all the way along here to bring our sand from the road to where we want it to be. And my idea was to kind of have this raised bit of belt that will go along these metal girders to some kind of processing facility that I'm probably actually just going to embed into this wall behind here. And actually, let's figure out where this processing bit is going to be. Like I said, I do kind of want to embed it into the wall, and I might make it almost like a little bit of a water pool here that's on the outside. I think actually we're going to probably break some of our girders here and go straight through the wall. Looking something like that, with perhaps placing our girders back here at the top. And a little bit of support for this so it doesn't look like it's floating too much. I'm going to then keep this design more or less on the inside as well. And also have some girders in here to hold the thing up. Now if we hook up the rest of our girders here, and hook up some form of belt line that goes all the way along here, and then also a belt going towards our kind of processing stuff. And I've gone ahead and added some industrial metal to the bottom of this belt here. And then I'm just going to also hook up the actual belt so that it looks like it's connected to the girders on the side rather than just looking a bit weird and floaty. Now for the actual processing of the sand to clay itself, I'm going to place down probably about 3 of these fans, or rather 6 for that matter. And actually I do need to lower this down by 1. Because I need to fit the water above it. There's our water in. We can then extend our belts out, throw down a bolt, and then add our 2 brass funnels. Now I do need to make sure I add some brass tunnels so that we can have 2 lines of clay for quicker processing. And then down further here, I'm gonna place down an item vault with some packages on each side. Because I think the idea I want to do with this is have this specific vault actually ask for sand so that we always have a little bit of a local storage for it. And then when we need to make bricks on the fly, it can just pull straight out from the sand rather than asking our warehouse. So what I'm going to do is quickly set up a train station here so that we can bring our sand over and start getting this working. And now I've placed a restocker on our packager here for this vault. As you can see, there's already some sand in there. And our address is SW05, so storage warehouse 05, which is the exporting truck, and then Forge A. So then when our yellow truck comes by, it will drop off anything in this post box with Forge A at the end, and then with the wildcard, anything before that can appear. So that's nice and simple. And then underground here, I want to add some form of storage. So we want some chutes coming out from our belt, and then we can just place a small little vault down here to hold on to all of our bricks. And then place a package on here and connect this dot link, I think, with the one that we have over here, which I can then use the factory gauges for to place our sand in here and our bricks in the other one. Add our connection, and because to actually make our clay, we need about 4 sand, because there's only a 25% chance of getting a clay ball. So we actually need to put 4 sand to 1 brick. And the address doesn't matter, so I'm literally just going to put in bricks for the sake of it. And then whenever it comes out of our packager here, I'm going to remove some belt and actually just place down a mechanical saw. You can throw in some cogs to have that saw move. And the idea about that is that it will just break the package into the sand that we need rather than having to unpack it. So hopefully if I ask for, let's say, 10 of these, sand gets pulled out of there, gets cut up, brought over here where it is washed, and then if we're lucky, it will turn into a clay ball, go into this vault. And now all I need to do is hook up our clay washer to our furnace. And there we go. I ended up hooking up the belt underneath just to keep the area above here pretty clean, and also slow down the belt so that when it's moving through the furnace, the clay doesn't go too quickly. And our factory gauge was kind of successful, but I am going to do an expiry of probably like about 10 minutes. Because like I said, there's only about a 25% chance of getting clay from sand, so there's always a possibility that it doesn't send enough. In fact, I should probably also switch this up to like 40 and this to about 10, just so there isn't too many packages going at once. And that's more or less the clay to brick setup that I wanted. Now I've just got to actually make all the actual bricks that I want. And most of those are from the Create Deco mod, which are things like Dean bricks, Verdant bricks, blue bricks, etc. And of course, we are making some Viridium and Azurine in our copper and zinc factory over here. And our dusk bricks require Scorchia, And our umber bricks require scoria, which I also need to make. And we can start with the scoria and scorcher using a very similar system as I've done behind me, as they are made from soul sand, which is obviously made from sand itself. So I'm going to quickly replicate what I did on the other side with our girders and such. And then with all that bit hooked up, we can then actually start making our scoria and stuff. First thing we need to do is actually place some of our soul campfires underneath our belt here, with some fans going into it. I'm going to need some barrels. And we can hook our brass funnels in and put the filters in for the scoria. Then I'm going to do something similar back here with 2 more barrels, 2 more brass funnels, put our scoria into here. And underneath this, we're going to need to place our fans and lava down. And then we also then need to take out any items that come into here so we can turn it into scoria. And I'm just going to place some blocks around these just to keep it all nice and encased. And then on the other side over here, I need to place some chutes down, actually remove these belts so that we can hook up to the barrels. I'm going to bring these down all the way to the floor so that we can place another belt line down here with some more barrels. And underneath just one of these, I want to place a fan and some black dye, as that is the quickest way to actually turn our scoria into scorchia. And then when we place some funnels down, we can just make one have the need for scorchia, and then the other one can just go straight into this barrel. And that's more or less the gist for the scoria and scorchia. I now need to put a belt outside to some kind of storage out here, which is going to be useful a little bit later. And then with all our power and stuff hooked up, including our stock links, we can now set up a basic factory gauge, 1 for sand and 1 for scoria. Now I know this effectively has 2 outputs, so I'm going to kind of trick the system by telling it that it needs 2 sand per scoria. So if we all put this all the way up to 64, we can make this about 32. And so whenever sand is sent down here and split into these 2, we'll get half of each. And hopefully that should work. So we're going to set this to 1 stack that gets pulled out of there, split directly into 2 to become soul sand, and then eventually our scoria. And I realized I should have actually probably turned these into brass funnels. But as they go down, obviously some will get converted into scorchia and some others will just go straight through. And now this container is slowly getting some of each. And I was a little bit confused why this came out a bit wrong at first. As you can see, there's kind of 1896 in there, or 1812 now, because I threw in another stack of sand because I was confused as to why I had one less than the other. And I had forgotten to add something to the end of this brass tunnel here. And the sand was just being flung out into the distance. So at least I fixed that. It should prevent any problems in the future. And now that we actually have our scoria and scorchia, we can now actually start making the bricks associated with them. So we're going to need to make use of our mechanical crafters, making sure that these all kind of go off to the same spot. And then round the back, make sure that these are all connected up as well. And then I'm going to place down another shipping container here for the sake of storage, as well as place down a packager with a chute underneath and a post box for if we want to send it back to our warehouse. What I essentially need to do is pull out items from our shipping container here for the scoria or the scorchia, as well as the bricks that are underneath here. So I need to set up a proper conveyor system for that. Now that I have hooked this belt up to our storage above, I now need to, 1, pull from our shipping container here, and also 2, I need to place down a barrel and a repackager here, because it needs to grab the items both from the container behind me and the brick one, and then merge them together in one package. So that's what this is for. And I don't know if this will actually work, but we're gonna give it a try. See if it rolls straight into this barrel. Now, hopefully we'll be able to place down a few more of our stock links here so that this one can track our bricks. This one can do our umber bricks, and we can connect those to this. Hit use mechanical crafting, and then I'm going to send this to crafter B, and then also make a package filter which also has crafter B in it, and place it on our brass tunnel here to make sure that it only goes in this direction. And then with the lever turned on for the repackager, I'm just going to ask for 4. And we can see what happens here. Got a package come out of there and into here for the 1 scoria, so I'm glad the drain works. And in theory, we should see another package come from underneath. Although I'm suddenly realizing I've made this brass tunnel wrong. They're not actually connected. One moment. Okay, this is quite literally the most inefficient way of doing this, but I couldn't be bothered to move all the belts. So let's grab our packager again and just throw that down, or not, because it's not going to fit. If I just nudge it down, you're gonna fall on the belt? No, okay. Let's just ask for a new package. Let's reset our promise items, including the one that's in here as well. And there's the box, goes into repackager, goes into our crafter, which I actually need to power quickly. And just to make sure that it knows that it's done, we can place our stock link here, and there we go. 4 out of 4. Now for this other item to monitor, we can do Scorchia, place down another factory gauge, put in our dusk bricks, do the same thing where we connect them up, and hit mechanical crafter. Once again, do crafter B for the address. And then if I ask for 4 of those, we get our Scorchia here. Our bricks come through. That crafts away. And now we also have 4 dusk bricks. Perfect. I think I want to actually add some copycat stuff around this. And I think that helps that look a little bit more polished. And now I need to more or less repeat this design behind me over here, because I want to do the same thing but with our azurine and viridium. But before we do that, I did add some crafting recipes to make ochrum and crimsite from gold nuggets and iron nuggets respectively. But I need a place to actually make them. And kind of inspired by my own design from my copper and zinc farm, I want to build something very similar next to our forge here by flattening out some of this land and quickly canning it in a design I came up with. Mostly because this video is getting kind of long. In fact, actually, I'm already done. I've cannoned in these kind of 3 crucibles filled with some molten blocks with a pipe coming out of the actual forge to make it seem like it's placing it into the crucibles, and added our mixture of dirts and muds and stuff for the ground as well. And so now underneath here, I'm going to make like the world's tiniest little cobblestone gen with the help of a mechanical drill. I'm just going to put a millstone directly below it. Hopefully that works. We can put our water into our drill to waterlog it, and lava there, although I should have put the cobblestone down first, so oops. Now I've placed our lava behind here. That will make our cobblestone. We have our millstone below that, which we can hopefully just pull directly out of. Place 2 basins with some mixers on top. And actually let me offset these slightly so that items can go into them. Anything that comes out of those 2 will come down the belt here and up to our storage container over here. And now we just got to bring our gold and iron over here. Now I think I'll make this quite simple and place a belt line in the ground here. Bring that to the inside of our crucible here. This absolute mess of belts down here can split this into gold and iron to go into their respective basins. And then with the help of our fluid transmitter, use a mechanical pump coming out of that and pipe in our lava to our 2 basins. Now I just got to hook up some power. And that's probably my worst ever crate contraption that I've ever made. But it's hidden away and I'm just going to pretend it's not here anymore. Although I do still need to actually set the gold and iron there, but that won't take me too long. And actually now what I can do is set up 2 more blocks down here and 2 here. Set one of these to ochrum, set up some more factory gauges to these stock links so that I can place them up here for our gold nuggets and our iron nuggets. Add our connection between the gold and the ochrum. Then I need to throw crimsite into this one. Do the same thing with our iron up here. As for our addresses, we're going to need to do SW05 and forge gold iron for both of these. Set up our scarlet block and Dean brick to go in here, which we can then pull from their respective gauges, including our bricks. Make sure these use mechanical crafting and set them to crafter B. Tell this to always hold on to, let's say, a stack of each. So now in here, we start seeing the iron and gold nuggets, although I did only do it one at a time, so maybe I should fix that real quick. Okay, yeah, now it's 64 to 64, so we won't be sending so many parcels. And then if I also ask for just 4 of these 2 for now. And now our crimsite and stuff is being made in here, going underneath to this shipping container, which it sure is, and it has already actually made our Dean bricks and scarlet bricks, so they should be in this one. Now with all that side done in terms of bricks and stuff, I've just got to finish off with this side. And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here, because it's more or less the same thing. I'll bring you back at the end. And sometime later we are now done with this project. I set up our blue bricks and verdant bricks from our Viridium and Azurine, and also worked on the interior of this place, adding some lava underneath this grating, some more lava walls on the sides, plenty of girders around as you can see. And then inside of the pipes I ended up adding these fans instead, as there was a little bit of room behind the walls. Yeah, overall, I am pretty proud about this. I'm calling it a forge, even if it's more like a brick factory. But the design came out rather nice, if I do say so myself. I did forget one brick type, which are the white pearl bricks, because they're made out of limestone, and I just kind of forgot about them. So I'll have to add that to the system at some later point. As well as work on all the landscaping I still need to do back here to especially hide all the stuff that's underneath this factory. But unfortunately, I'm very much out of time this week. I've had a rather busy week in real life and then had a bunch of recording problems as well. So sorry if the end felt a little bit rushed. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you liked it, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we built a large forge which helped craft our different Create Deco brick variants. And now, we're returning to our train line to give it a needed lick of paint by adding some retaining walls where needed, as well as a few bridge designs, including an actual working lift bridge. Welcome back everybody. No major changes to our forge/brick factory over here. However, I did spend some time when I could find it on working on the cliffs down here. It is of course not completely done. Still got some gaps around, but it's certainly looking better than before. And I've also moved the river around so it actually passes through here. So I think that looks a lot better so far. And today's episode is actually more about going back to what we've previously made. And that starts with mostly what we have over here. I've had this kind of floaty bit of railway track for an incredibly long amount of time. And I would like to fix that, but the main reason why I want to fix that is that this area is kind of becoming difficult to record in. My FPS is getting lower and lower because of how much stuff I have built around here. And obviously because I'm using shaders, it means that there's a bit of a lower ceiling for that kind of stuff. And so what I'm thinking is starting a new kind of area. That area may be approximately over here. I haven't made the final decision yet, but we have quite a bit of railway track in between these two spots that I would like to spruce up, including, like I said, with some of this floating bit of track here and this really big bit of track over the water here, where I actually want to build a working lift bridge. And we'll have to use some invisible rails and stuff for that. But basically the idea is I want to spruce up this track a little bit between our two areas before we actually make a start over there. And I should probably mention that this area isn't actually done. I will be returning every now and then to spruce things up, add some things that I need to add. But I think our main focus is going to move elsewhere. But anyway, let's grab our traption here and move it towards the other side of this train yard real quick, because I want to edit this so that we can actually make some of our retaining walls. probably going to be blocking some of our trains for a while, but luckily that shouldn't matter too much. Going to remove this signal for now, just so it's not in the way, and place ourselves down a train station so that we can park ourselves up into it, disassemble, and we can more or less keep what we already have here, including our randomized filters for the 2 different edge ones. But I am going to add another one at the end here, step it back by 1 for another, where I'm going to place some stone into it and straight fill below. So that will build stone all the way down to the ground. And then off of that one, I want to bring this down a bit and then place another mechanical roller all the way down here. I'm going to place in some more stone and change this to sloped fill below. That way it's just not just a complete vertical wall. We'll have a kind of merge into the ground a little bit as we go along. You'll see what I mean when I do it. But let's grab our glue and glue all the new stuff on. Then make sure that we actually have enough stone in here. You have quite a bit of my storage that I can grab. Hopefully that should be plenty for now. Then we'll check everything is glued. Assemble our train here. Turn our actors on. And if we reverse a little bit and then start going forward, that is more or less what I want from this. We'll have our tough and our dirt in the middle, although actually I might need to fill up this with some more of our coarse dirt and stuff actually. We have missed out on some blocks here. Okay, there we go. I realized it was the tough that we're missing, so let's remake our train and start ourselves a little bit of a time lapse. That's our pretty basic retaining wall done, but now I want to add a few more features to this so it's not just completely plain stone. Do some of that with some of our cobblestone here, mostly trying to go in kind of clumps of it rather than just pure randomization. And we can add to all of that with probably some grass and stuff to overhang from the top. And we can also throw in some additional bits of grass down, I think, and some dirt in between. And then with some additional foliage, I think that's looking pretty good. I now just need to repeat this more or less all the way along our retaining wall here and on the other side as well. And there we go. There is our completed walls more or less done. I did it on both sides. A bunch of foliage, used my cobblestone everywhere. I think it looks pretty good. Certainly looks better than when it was just a floating bit of track. I did have to throw in some leaves on the slabbed sections as we couldn't fit the grass on them, obviously. But I think that works still. It's not too much of an issue. And now the next thing I want to do is sort out our bridge over here, or, well, our non-existent bridge that goes over the water here. It does have a little bit of a curve to it, so I'm going to have to figure my way around that one, as I've actually never built a curved bridge before. So that should be interesting. And then I do want to add more of a kind of stone retaining wall all the way down our single line over here, just so this bit isn't floating either. But I am going to need to return to our paver over here and adjust it a little bit to our needs. But let's pull this up into our train station real quick. And actually, because there is a train behind, I'm going to remove a little bit of track here. Place this a little bit forward. Oh, never mind. The issue occurred. I am now trapped. That is a problem. I'm just gonna teleport out. I'm just gonna teleport out. Okay, this is what I was trying to avoid. Luckily, this isn't an actual like train crash or anything. They're just like incredibly close to each other. But whenever you disassemble a train, any train behind it will then try and pass through you, as there is no longer a train anymore, obviously. So this is a little bit annoying. Let's move our thing over here for now, and we'll replace our track, just so we can get this train out of the way, hopefully. There we go. And I guess I'll wait for this other train as well. And with that train gone, I'm just gonna, get rid of that bit of track for now, just so that the trains don't mess me up. Okay, with this now moved in, we can now disassemble, which unfortunately is going to break some blocks over here because it goes into the ground. But that's fine. I'm going to remove these. And obviously we can just throw in some stone and some dirt. That'll be fine. And we can more or less keep what we have here currently, with the exception of putting some polished stone at the end here. Actually, no. What I actually want to put here is a randomized filter with some different tough blocks, I think. So we're going to have tough bricks, our cracked tough bricks, our cracked disordered tough bricks, and our rounded ones, I think. That should give a nice bit of variance for our tough wall. And then we can place that there. And then what I can also do here is lift this up by a couple of blocks and place another mechanical roller up here. Although actually I think that's a little bit too high. And place this actually one block further down and put some polished stone in this one. And I need to make sure this is actually straight fill below. And this one is just our normal clear blocks and pave. And the point of these two is to actually help make our retaining wall. So we have our tough bricks that kind of lead down towards the ground, and then our smooth stone as a block on top of that. So let me once again make sure that this is all glued together and remove the glue that went down here. We can reassemble our train, which seems to have all worked, and then probably grab all our tough and stuff that we need from our tough factory and stuff. I probably should have hooked up this place to my storage, but oh well, we can just grab it this way for now. And with a bunch of our tough bricks and polished stone in, we can get back in, make sure all the actors are off for now, and we can bring it down towards the river. And starting from around about here, let's turn on all our actors. We can start, hopefully, paving this thing. And that's the basics of what I wanted for this bit of retaining wall. We've obviously got our tough bricks and our polished stone at the top of the wall. Obviously, it's looking a little bit messy at the moment. I think I'll have to clean up some of these like double blocks and stuff so that it looks a little bit more cleaner. But this wasn't too bad actually for a automated system, to be honest. I think I also want to bring in our like mud, dirt and stuff, probably another block in as well, because I think when I originally placed this down, I had placed the tough down a little bit wider than I probably should have, so I just need to go around and replace all that. And yeah, luckily behind most of these blocks, we do obviously have some cracked tough bricks and stuff, but I can use our mech trowel to just clean that up a little bit. Now I do need to actually turn this thing around, making sure to turn off our actors first. As you saw before, we do actually have a proper bridge going over this river. I'm going to very quickly also place down the blocks that we need for the other side. And now we actually have a proper bridge going all the way across. But of course I don't want it to just be a big old plain wall. It's kind of ugly. So let's spruce this up a little bit. And I think we can start by adding some arches into here. It doesn't have to be too fancy, just enough that you can actually pass underneath. And I think that width is pretty good. We just got to replicate that on the other side of the wall as well. And there we go, there is that side done as well. And I think I'm going to go in here and add a bit of a internal wall so that we can actually hook the two sides together. There's our basic tunnel going through. Now I do want to have a second one right next door, but obviously that goes into our curve a little bit. But I'm going to just go for the same kind of thing where I'm just going to try and cut out a arc here and mostly ignore the curve, I think, until I need to. And yeah, I think that works. I don't need to make it any more complicated than that. Then once again, I just need to replicate it on the other side of our tunnel here and then add our internal walls as well. And there we go. There are our two tunnels. I know jetpack float here is really difficult. But I think now I want to use some of these half block pillars to go all the way up to the top and probably stick out above a little bit and have a bit also stick out of the water here, just because I like the way that looks. I'm going to repeat that on each side of this, and then use some of this polish cut stone slabs on the very tops and lower section. And then I want to actually connect these up externally with some more of these slabs and full blocks. Add some of these diagonal girders to hold up this trim of sorts. Some buttons on those. And at the very top here, I think I'm going to use some of these polished cut stone walls with some spruce fence gates in between. Because the nice thing about the spruce fence gates is that they do this kind of changing height thing depending on if they're touching a wall or not. And I think that makes it look a bit more interesting. And while I think I want that for the general design, I think we could do with some more stuff at the bottom of this, including some things like moss at the edges, or like things like debris from the river has kind of built up. We can do that around all the different pillars and such. And we can use our bone meal on some of this moss to get some grass and azaleas. And that definitely helps make it feel a little bit more natural, I think. And I may continue that through the insides of the tunnels here. But I'm also going to need to continue the design that I did there over here. Of course, we are going to have to offset it a little bit because of the curve. I don't think it's too much of an issue. We can make use of our stone walls and just have them cut directly like that. Still place our spruce fences in between. We can't forget our diagonal girders. And there we go. There is our bridge more or less done. I ended up also doing the other side. As you can see here, I did have to play around with this pillar a little bit as it's on a bit of a diagonal here, but it worked out. We may even add an additional pillar over here and try and bring around the fence design a little bit more, but might be a little bit tricky. But overall, pretty happy about that. Certainly looks better than a bunch of floating tracks, that's for sure. And I did go ahead and also place some of our tough pillars all the way along our retaining wall here, as well as fill in some holes with our grass and stuff. And now we've got our little bridge over here, which is more or less at the same height as the other ones. So I think I'm going to do a similar design for this. So let me go do that real quick. And there we go, there is our second bridge in. I did have to take some artistic liberties a little bit for some of the top of the bridge designs where the curve gets particularly rounded, but that's fine. And once again, certainly looks better than any of my floating tracks from before. Now, the next plan of action is to continue down our railway here and actually work on another bridge over, honestly, the same river, just a bit further upstream, but we are a little bit higher here, as you can see. So I'm thinking what we might do here is have a nice little suspension bridge with like a tower in the middle and some blocks going from the middle down to the sides. And actually, while I was grabbing the loco metal and stuff that I wanted, I did add some more of our dirt and mud to the sides of the tracks leading up to our bridge, especially so I can just make sure that this bridge is wide enough to actually build around. Now, I think the middle of this bridge is about here, so let's build this all the way down into the water. I'm going to want this to be pretty high considering it is a suspension bridge. And I think that height's a pretty good start. Place some more of our loco metal on the actual sides of the bridge here, just so we don't have any exposed mud and such. Now, I don't want this support pillar looking too thin, so I'm going to add a little bit of a design, I think, to help widen it a bit. Some more of our loco metal and copycat slices. You can throw in some glowstone into here as well for a little bit of lighting. Continue this loco metal up with another slope. We do the same thing down here by bringing out our copycat slopes and lowering them down as well. And then I'm going to bring some more of our slash metal out with some slopes and a girder strut to go in between those. Now that's looking a lot more structured, although I think I'm actually going to continue our locometal down another block here as well. And then use some copycat steps for the very top block, where I'm also going to place in some of this black brass wrapped locometal, just to add a little bit of a brighter trim to all this kind of dark metal. And I think that's looking pretty good so far. Now for the actual strands coming down, I'm actually going to use some monorail track. And I kind of need to trick this to go at a 45-degree angle. And bring that down to, I think, about here. That way we get kind of a nice slope down for our actual suspension. Although I don't like this bit of straight track up here, so let me adjust this a little bit. Okay, that will do. It's a shame that there's a bit of a lighting difference because of the shaders, I think, but oh well. I think that's at least a good start. And then I actually want to place down some of this polished stone, I think, to make it seem like it's attached to something. There's a little bit of foundation. I think I'll probably actually remove the metal from behind and replace that with some more of our stone here. You know what, actually, I was about to place in all these industrial chains to meet up the monorail track, but I think I do want one extra block up here so that it's not just a big fall into the water. So let me quickly readjust all this. Now that's looking a bit more how I wanted it to. Now we can actually start placing in some of our industrial chains here to go all the way up through the monorail. And luckily these can actually intersect. So it does actually look like they are attached further up there. Now down here it gets a little bit fiddly. I have to make sure I kind of click right on the edge of the block, because otherwise the monorail gets in the way. But there we go. There are the chains going all the way up to the top. You make it actually look like it's held. And then with that as a reference, I'm going to throw down some girders going across our locometal down here, connecting up where the chains are. And at least that adds a little bit more design on the edge of the bridge as well. Now before I mirror this to the other side, I want to kind of sort out this central point here so that it actually looks all connected up rather than just having weird gaps everywhere. I think the easy way to do that is use some of our panels to help cover up any gaps in between, and we can also throw in some slopes on each side as well, and a panel on the sides where the monorail track actually is. And then that more or less covered up, we can actually break a block here to place in a flywheel to add a little bit of extra detail. We can add one of these red lamps in at the top as well. Now really what I'll do left with this bridge is more or less just mirror it on all sides. Bring it back in once I've done that. And there is our suspension bridge more or less done. So you have it on both sides now, including our pillar going all the way down, and added our central bit to connect the two sides with some extra lamps as well. And that's more or less another bridge added to the system. The thing is starting to look a lot more fancier than it once was. And now it's time to move on to the last bridge of today's video. We are skipping ahead the track a little bit, as I haven't come up quite yet with a design for this area. And that's for the bridge over here across this big bit of water that I showed earlier in the video. This one's definitely going to be our biggest one, especially as I do plan on removing some of the land around here to make this kind of body of water a little bit wider than it currently is. And because this is going to be a lift bridge, I'm going to be first building our towers on either side of the water here. And I am going to quickly place down a bunch of this polished stone to act as our foundation. And then with the 2 bits of foundation in, we can start actually building our towers going up. I am using some of this brass wrapped locometal. I'm going to need this to be pretty darn high. And I think that height is pretty good, and we can obviously replicate that on this side as well. Now for the back of this tower, I'm going to do this one slightly differently. Well, we're going to start off straight here, but I do want this to kind of curve in a little bit as it heads upwards. And we're going to do that with the help of some copycat layers. So I'm essentially just going all the way across, but leaving one, and then extending it on the other side and making it stick out by one, and just continuing that up all the way until we get to the very top. And obviously I did have to make quite a lot of copycat layers for this. And due to the nature of how these blocks work, they're going to be kind of clustered together rather than one long bit of metal, but that's fine. I'm not going to get too fussy about that. And then whenever we reach back to a full block again, I can just drag that across to the other side of the tower and then keep on going upwards. That is more or less what I want for that. I think I'm going to add some girders in between for a little bit of extra structure. And then I've just got to repeat that on the other side as well. And there's our two towers on each side of the tracks. Now I do want to connect these up in some way. I think simply using some local metal going across will work. However, things get a little bit complicated for the struts that go in between these, because it's relatively simple for the flat side. I'm going to build up some blocks, break out a crushing wheel actually, so that we can then use our girder struts to the crushing wheel, as these girders don't actually reach far enough to be able to still build on the other side. So this is our middle point instead. But on this side, there is a slope, so these bottom and top blocks don't actually match together. So I think the simple way of doing that is simply just putting a block on the inside and just trying to trick the eye to make it seem like it's slanted, even if it actually isn't. And that works well enough. I even actually moved the blocks to the side as well, just to make sure it matches the other side. Now down here, of course, our tracks are looking a little bit floaty at the moment. So we're going to start placing in some blocks underneath to actually hold it up properly. And I also need to actually bridge out to the land itself. You can connect up a bit of a smaller bridge here. Then underneath here, I want to use some copycat walls so I can place some of our black slashed local metal to contrast at least a little bit with the rest of the bridge, and then throw in some andesite girders underneath where the actual tracks are. This will definitely make a little bit more sense later on exactly why I'm doing this, but I think it looks nice regardless. And then we can fill in the rest of the space with some catwalk blocks so that we don't fall into the water. And that's more or less this tower done. I did add a couple of features up at the top here, including some basic fencing and these kind of tough pillar setups to make them look like chain coils as such, because I've added a little bit of a counterweight underneath here. It doesn't quite fit in the center of this, but it works well enough. This won't actually be moving when I move the bridge up and down, but it's there for aesthetic purposes. Now, just to save me some time, I think I am going to schematic this tower so that I can duplicate it on the other side of the river. And I think there is a pretty good spot. I did accidentally miss some of the blocks on the edges here, but I can go around and fix that. And so I can just throw this into our cannon here, figure out what we need, and actually throw my backpack down next to it to make our lives a little bit easier. And then we can just let that build away. And there is our second tower in. Now it's time to start building the actual center structure. I think I'm actually going to go into my settings here real quick, flip our sun and moon angle so that the light is appearing on this side to make it a little bit easier to see, and then get an idea of how I want this little bit of middle structure to look like. We're going to obviously have our local metal reach all the way across to the other side. I think for the edges here, I'm actually going to swap these out with some copycat vertical stairs, just so it doesn't blend into the rest of the bridge as much as before. That's a little bit better. Then start building up the rest of this bridge, probably kind of lifting up as we go towards the center a bit. You can even make use of some slabs to make that look a little bit better, like so. We're having about a 7-block gap in between these, as I think that should fit in between these two towers. We can have a slightly larger one in the center. And I don't want this to look too flat, so we're going to bring up this bit a little bit. Throw in some wall copycats to place in some more of our local metal. We can then use some of our copycat slope layers to bring that down rather nicely as a slightly less 90-degree slope, or 45-degree rather, and do the same thing underneath here as well. And we can continue that design out to the sides here until we're left with something along these lines. Now, I would use some of the same struts that we used before for these sections, but they're a little bit too far away from each other, kind of like the same issue with the crushing wheels. So I think instead we are going to make use of our slopes here to act in the same way. And that's pretty simple. We can just keep on going back and forth with our copycat slopes until we get something like that. And then for the outer bits, we can just make them angled in one direction rather than having a bit of a cross point in the center. And that's the kind of final design done for the sides. I ended up canning in the second side as well, just to save myself some time. Now, the main focus is going to be for the ground here, because we're going to actually need to remove all these tracks. And there's a good reason for that. Because of the way Create kind of works, the train line should never really be broken, because otherwise trains get confused and lost. So we're going to remove all this track, because if we leave it here, it's going to get taken up with the rest of the bridge. Or if we leave it here, it's just going to look very awkward in the middle of the water. And what we need to do is grab our phantom rails here, connect the two sides up with it, just to make sure that they're both connected. And obviously when we're not holding onto it, it goes invisible and you can't see it anymore. And that's going to be part of the magic of this, because I still want the tracks to be there, but I don't want them to visually be there. Now, of course, the problem with that is that now that we don't have any visible tracks on top, and we're going to work our way around that. And I've gone ahead and placed our andesite girders, and then we're going to also place some copycat steps. And actually, I am going to remove these phantom rails briefly while I do this. But I'm going to place them and try and line them up somewhat with the tracks. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect. They are copycat blocks after all, and not actual track pieces. And we can use some of this grey loco metal pillars to kind of look like rails instead. And that will be our fake rails. Obviously, I can then again reattach these in the middle with our phantom track, and trains will be able to go across that just fine. Now, if I keep doing this across the rest of our bridge here, we can have our kind of complete design looking like this with our phantom tracks in between. And then we need to start gluing this thing together. And I'm going to have to be a bit careful about this, because I essentially want to glue absolutely everything except for the phantom rail underneath me. And so the best way to probably do that is to kind of do this in parts, especially as the glue can't reach super far anyway. And with all that glued together, which we can kind of tell if we hold shift here, it's a bit laggy with the shaders on, but it looks like everything is connected, with the exception of our rails down here. And now we need to be able to actually move it up and down. And we're going to do that with the magic of gantries. And I'm going to have this gantry shaft go all the way from the bottom to the top and place ourselves down an actual gantry carriage with some loco metal in front. And I can also throw in some panels on the side just to make that look consistent with the rest. Make sure I don't forget to glue that all together. Then at the very top here, I'm going to place down a sequence gear shift. And I'm going to put some settings into this. And we're going to start with our turn to move piston pulley gantry, and we'll do that for 10 meters. In that direction, have a delay for about 30 seconds, have the piston again go in the opposite direction for 10 meters, and then end. And basically, the point of that is when we turn that on, this will move up by approximately 10 meters, and then after 30 seconds, come back down again to its original position. Now, I do actually need power for this, so actually I probably should have it at the bottom instead, because putting power up here is not going to be very easy. Now, I have gone ahead and added some water wheels kind of underneath our foundation here. Should be enough to move this entire thing. At least I think so. And with that connected, I'm actually going to reduce this down to only about 3 meters, just for a little bit. Just in case I've accidentally done this wrong, we can add our lever to this and flick it. And that didn't do anything because I forgot to actually hook up the power to the gear shift. Totally know what I'm doing, even though it doesn't seem like I do. Now that it's actually hooked up to power, let's try that again. And our problem is actually because we have too many things in this contraption. And luckily we can actually increase that. So I think I'm quite literally just going to double this to 4096. Save our changes. Hopefully this won't be an issue. So now if we try that again, the entire thing is now moving up. It should only move up by a couple of meters here before stopping, which it has. And then in about 30 seconds time, it should start moving back down again. And I think that's a pretty good speed as well. We don't want it to move too quickly. And there we go. It's now back at the bottom. Perfect. Now, of course, I do want to automate this system a little bit and have it on a bit of a timer so it happens every now and then. And in order to automate the system, I am going to create a temporary signal setup here, which we can add our Nixie tubes on, which actually tells you what the signal is showing. We're going to fiddle with some of these redstone links and stuff. So we're just going to have our basic one here, and I'll just make this trade signals for the actual signal itself. And initially what we want this to do when I press this button is to turn this traffic light behind me to red. So we can do that pretty simply if I just put in a pulse extender here, which will make sense in a second, and another redstone link with the same signal, and set that to receive. When I press this button, this will be turned to red for 10 seconds. And then after the 10 seconds are up, then it switches back to green, or I guess white for these signals. And the point of those original 10 seconds is to make sure that any trains are stopped before crossing the bridge and gives any trains that are still on the bridge some time to actually get off. But what I actually also want to do is place in a redstone contact and make sure these are facing the right way. And glue one of these to the actual bridge itself, although actually that is not the bridge. Let me move it over a little bit. There we go. And this obviously tells us that the bridge is at its lowest point. And I actually want to invert the signal with the help of a redstone torch on this side. And then we can have this stick out and have a separate redstone link. I'm actually just going to use our Nixie tubes for. And then we can place a redstone link on our signal here with the same Nixie tubes and signal to receive. And so when those redstone contacts are no longer in contact, it will also set this to red, which should keep any trains from entering the bridge still. Now we still need to actually hook up our sequence gear shift here. And I'm going to use some gantry shafts for our frequency. And essentially what I want to do here is move our button back by 1, so we can still set off our redstone link. But I also want to add a pulse repeater, set that for about 10 seconds, and set up our other redstone link to turn on our gantry shaft. And that 10 seconds is also there to make sure that the bridge doesn't start moving until after 10 seconds has passed, to make sure any trains have passed. So now if I hit this button, our light turns red. In about 10 seconds, it's going to turn on that, which is our gantry shaft, and that starts moving upwards. And as you can see, there is our redstone contact, which keeps this staying red. Then after some time, it starts coming back down again. And once that's fully down, this now goes back to white, which is perfect. Now, of course, the system is a bit messy and probably shouldn't be exposed like this. So what I'm going to do is I'll fix this up, make it look prettier, clear out the land over here next to our bridge so there's more water here to actually pass underneath the bridge, and I'll bring you back here in a sec. And there we go, there is more or less the final product. I have cleared out the land behind here. Obviously the water doesn't go particularly deep, but at least there isn't any visible land at the moment. And I've set up our rail signals to be like this. I set the Nixie tubes to the side because I liked how that looked. And then the actual signal stuff is underneath here, and it's pretty simple. We've got a pulse timer, which I'm actually going to set to every 20 minutes to move things up and down. And actually, I just set that off by accident. So as you can see, this is currently red. Shortly, it should start moving up, which it sure has. You can even jump on while it's moving. As you can see, there's no railway here, but if we come down here, the railway is still secretly there. As you can see at the top, it says Phantom Train Track. I've also set this to now move up by 10 meters rather than the previous, I think 4 that I had it at. So it moves up pretty high. Then after 20 seconds, we'll move back down to its previous position. Of course, I have set up a signal on the other side of the river as well, as you can see there. But anyway, thanks everyone for watching this week. I appreciate it. Sorry that I also missed last week's video. I unfortunately injured my back, which meant that the video got delayed a bit too much for my liking. So I opted to wait for this week. And to also answer the questions about Crate Aeronautics, I'm not going to be installing that just yet. I want to wait for some more compats for different mods to come out first before diving into that, just to make sure it's as stable as possible before actually experimenting with it a little bit more. But anyway, thanks once again for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye for now. Last time, we built a whole new set of railway bridges for my world, including a working lift bridge, and now it's time to head down those tracks and build a fancy new train station to serve my new district. Welcome back everyone. No major changes since the last episode, mainly because it's only been like a day since the last one. As you can see, our bridge is working rather nicely still, and today's episode is going to be us actually heading in this direction, all the way over here in this other step, because this is where I want to start building our new district. We are quite a bit away from our old one, our old industrial town, but I am thinking of starting a new area, and this might be like a kind of university district. I kind of want to play around with some more ideas that I've had for this series, as well as some different architecture as well. And the main focus for today is going to be a new train station that's going to go pretty much right here. And it's going to be a bit Parisian styled in terms of its architecture. Going to be using a lot of limestones and stuff, and luckily we have a limestone farm, so I can go and get that. And I also need to kind of help flatten this area out a little bit, I think, before I start. It's a bit bumpy, hilly, mostly flat, but needs a little bit of flattening still before we build this. So let me go grab that real quick. And there we go, the immediate land around here is much more flattened now, ready for our train station. Now, although I've flattened out this nice area, this train section is actually going to be slightly elevated, at least the main walls and such are. So we're going to just build up a few blocks, I think, and lay out some of this tiny tough bricks to be our main base to begin with, at least. And we're going to start with a nice big old arch to act as our entrance to the train station. We're going to have 2 light door frames with a nice big window above. So we're going to use some of this layered limestone and limestone pillars heading upwards. We can use some more of our layered limestone to act as the top of the arch. And then we're going to use some more of these polished cut limestone to make a bit of an arch using our copycat slabs. And there's our 2 little doorways. And then for the actual arch itself, going to use some more of our layered limestone, then bring this pretty much all the way up. And then inside our arch here, I want to throw in some more of our limestone pillars, leaving space for windows. And that gives us a nice arched window. And I think what I'll also do here is use some of our copycat blocks to fit in some of these corners. And yeah, I'm liking how that's looking so far. Now, I do think I want some kind of balcony, or at least something sticking out from the front of this section. So I'm going to build some more pillars at the front here in line with the others. I'm going to repeat my arch design on these parts as well. But I am going to bring this out by 1 block, add a little bit more depth. Make use of our copycat slabs to bring it down to our pillars, and place some more of these pillars inside of our slabs, and a few extra trims on top of that I think looks pretty good. Now I do want to add a few more details. I think we're going to add some metal fencing on top here for the balcony bit, and maybe a little bit of greenery so that we can break up this kind of whitish stone with a little bit of color. Use some of this acorn metal fence directly on top of our copycat steps and wrap that all the way around. And then I think I'm going to remove some of these copycat steps and replace them with our flowering azalea leaves, which certainly helps bring in some color. And then I've got these flower pots from Supplementaries, which I used back in my first warehouse. I'm going to throw in some lilacs into those as well. And I think this is more or less done minus the roof. So let's start working on the windows to the side of this here. And we are going to probably make it arched again. So there's our bottom layer, and we can bring up our pillar all the way up to the top here. And then I'm going to probably bring across our cut limestone here, and then use some more of our pillars to make a bit of an arch for our window. Use a mixture of this ornate iron window pane, as well as this arched white stained glass pane pillar, which is certainly a long name for a block in Minecraft. Though actually, I think I may have selected the wrong one. Oh, no, I haven't. I just need to place down the blocks on the other side. There we go. And that's a nice little window design, I think. Helps it stand out a little bit. And then I'm just going to add some more blocks on the corners here and make use of our copycat stairs and such so that I can add a little bit of a trim. That's what I mostly want, but I'm going to add some of these iron fences at the bottom here, and then I need to just more or less duplicate that another 2 more times for a nice big open window area. And there is our 3 panes of windows done. Now, I do want to add a bit of an overhang to this, and I'm actually going to make this out of some copper girders, specifically our weathered ones, and just bring that all the way across. This is more about copying the kind of a green styled metal that I saw on some of the reference images I was using. And then I think before putting any glass on top of this, I'm actually going to break some of our big windows here and add some stone in between, because I actually think that's going to look better in the long run. And then on top of this, we can throw down some of our copycat panels. And then throw down some white stained glass to go on top to act as our actual glass balcony. And then we can surround this with some more of our copycat slices. Throw in some normal waxed copper into that trim. Add a little bit of support with some of our struts underneath. Some more flower boxes to go above here with our lilacs. And some copycat steps to go in the gaps here where we can place some more limestone. And overall, I'm liking how that's looking. Now, I think I do want to add some kind of roof up here, or at least a start of a roof. And I might even embed some windows into that roof as well. I'm going to first start pulling out our arch in the middle here, and then start using some of this deep slate, because I think this is what I want for the actual roof to look like. And go up in about 2 block increments, I think. And as for the windows above, I'm going to make this stick out a little bit. Bring this up a couple of blocks. Throw in some vertical stairs on each side. And we can use some more of this arched white stained glass again. I'm going to actually throw in some glowstone behind it, just to help light it up a little. Although I am going to add some more of this polished cut limestone so we don't see the roof part. And then I'm just going to go around actually and add some of our copycat steps for another nice trim to go around the top of this. And a smooth glowstone block wrapped around with some panels. I'm going to throw in some of these brass bars into, which, by the way, I accidentally made way too much of. And then add another half slab on top with some of this brass sheet metal. And that helps bring in some more of the kind of brassy gold fancy colors that I want the roof to have more of. And in fact, actually, I can make use of these brass bars by throwing some down on our roof here. Add as a little bit of extra decoration. Add some more of our copycat steps again. And then use some more of our acorn metal fence to wrap around the top of the building, including our window here. Although that is connecting into these, I think what I should do is actually remove this glass, throw in some slabs instead with the glass instead, and now that no longer connects together, so that looks a little bit better. And then I think the only other thing I would kind of like to add to this is probably some of our azalea leaves around. And that's more or less our little bit of section of wall done. Now I'm just going to need to kind of duplicate this probably once more to the right hand side and 2 more to the other side till we get a nice front for this building going. And there we go, there is the main frontage more or less complete. I did opt to add an additional window in the center here where these pillars are, and I have wrapped the walls around a little bit, ready to start building those bits as well. But overall, I'm really liking how this is coming out so far. I still need to extend the front out and have some kind of wall heading down towards the ground, of course, but I'm going to get around to that when I actually start building the road out in front, I think. For now, I want to start working on the sides of the building, including our big old arch that I want to have where the trains are actually going to come into the station. And actually, I am going to start with these windows I want to put on the side first, and I'll just quickly do that because you guys have already seen me make this a couple of times. And there we go, there's the side sorted and a little bit of the brick ground as well. Also, I'd like to mention this now, my editing has been a nightmare for the past day or so because my mic settings keep on changing themselves because my software updated for my mic and it's just changing settings for no apparent reason. So I'm sorry that I sound so different between some of these clips. I've tried to make it less obvious, but a mixture of my morning voice has also not helped either, so sorry about that. But anyway, we're probably going to be placing our platform roundabout here. I need to build up from this position, so I'm going to bring out some of this layered limestone to the side here, because I want to use some pillars here. One to bring this out a little bit further, and these ones are just going to wrap around towards the top of our curve here. Now our platform is going to be about 2 blocks high actually, so I need to lift that up a bit. Throw down some copycat stairs with our panels to make a nice little arch. And actually this probably should be a little bit wider, so let me fix that real quick. Add a few more pillars I think, because this is where the top of the actual arch going over the train tracks is going to be. That should obviously definitely give us plenty of room for trains to move underneath. Definitely not going to be an issue of any means, but I am going to fill in these holes with some of our copycat walls, and then we're going to have a big arched window here. So I'm going to bring this out by 1 block so that I can actually start building our arch here. I think the arch is going to be about that size. And more of this stone coming down in the center. Use some of our copycat stairs here. I think I'm actually going to make this 1 deeper and use our copycat blocks to bring this around rather nicely for a nice little trim like that. And then the rest of it's going to be more or less some windows and such. Throw down some of this brass sheet metal for the actual sides here. And then use our arched white stained glass pane pillar windows again for the actual center part. And then I think I'm just going to add a few more details to this and add some copycat stairs for a little bit of extra support. I want to bring this out a bit, do the same kind of thing underneath, use some more copycat blocks for surrounding this. And then we can finish off wrapping our roof around this structure. And there we go, there's our kind of final arch in. I obviously added some more stairs and stuff here to arc that a little bit, and added some more azalea leaves on the roof as well. Okay, now I want to get something that somewhat resembles an inside for this place, because I've been building this exterior for like over 10 minutes in this video already. So I'm going to start using some of these limestone tiles on the inside from Create Bits and Bobs, and I covered a nice big area at the top of our station here. up until a certain point because I do want to have some stairs and such going down below to the actual platform level, which I can build down from around about here. And for this level, I want to use some andesite tiles instead, just for a little bit of a different color. And we can meet up our two sides of the platforms here that I was building before. And this wall is going to be a little bit closer to the platform than this one. And we're going to create a little design in here. So we're going to use a mixture of some stairs as well as our pillars to hold that above. Some more of our limestone tiles behind. Some glowstone to go into that, and a little brass trapdoor I think looks pretty good. And finish that off with some stairs and some panels for a nice little almost like seating area. And I'm gonna repeat that twice here. One that's a little bit wider and one the same size as our previous one. There's our little seating design, which I'm also going to add a little bit of a limestone trim above, so I can then add some more of our limestone pillars up top with some copycat walls in between. Also going to make these limestone pillars and throw some panels down, but give that a nice little top for the wall as well. Then after adding some half slabs, let's add some lanterns here. And then I think what I'm actually going to do is remove these parts, place down some pillars, and throw our azalea leaves on top. And that looks like a little plant or such. And I'm going to more or less repeat that design all the way up to around about the middle of our station here, which is a little bit inset because I'm going to be adding a bridge over this. And this bridge is actually the reason why I even made this kind of split level. Oh, that's a train. But the bridge is the reason why I even have this split level design for our train station, because I did want some form of stairs to go over, because in my original train station, actually I'm not going to use these blocks, but in my original train station I ended up having to kind of build some stairs over and up, which didn't look very good in my opinion, and hopefully this is going to look a little bit better. So we're going to keep using our limestone tile stairs, doing it as well with our columns on the sides. And I'm going to use some of these stairs to act as a bit of a railing of sorts at the top of these, and bring this all the way over to the other side of the tracks. And then just more or less add a few more arches and stuff to finish this design off. And there we go. I think that's more or less what I wanted for our bridge design. I did realize after the fact that I did not make this platform as wide as I thought I did. So this little arch here ended up being a little bit different than I had in my mind. But that's okay. Still turned out just fine. But we obviously now have a way of heading over the railway tracks and onto the other side of the platform that doesn't exist yet. But I think what I'm going to do now is just more or less mirror what I've already done on this side of the platform, and then turn that into a schematic so that we can then cannon in the rest of this station. And here comes a train. Oh, well, rip to that villager. But anyway, time-lapse time. And that is all of our walls put up. I did have to go fix some things over here, for example, these girders, as they don't like being mirrored, these ones. I had to place them down again. And I added a little trim on our platforms and such, so we get a little bit closer to any kind of passenger train that I end up making in the future. Now, of course, the next thing is probably our big old roof here. Quite a large area, and it's going to probably mostly be glass and such. And I'm not going to complicate it too much. So I'm going to actually start in the corner here and bring out our limestone a little bit, because I don't want this black roof being visible from the inside. And I'm going to be using a mix of our pillars and this polished cut limestone just to add at least a little bit of design into the walls up here. I'm going to start off with this design, and I'm probably going to add some supporting structure as such along here. And then build up our stone to make a bit of a curved roof with our glass. And I am also going to make use of our brass girders here. We use our girders to get a curve that looks like that. It's obviously not perfect, but that's just kind of how the girders work. And it looks okay enough from the down below. Then up here we're going to be obviously placing all of our glass down. And we're using this small light grey stained glass for this. And of course we are going to need to build a wall up on the side here so that it's not just a massive hole. And create a similar design like I did for our bit down here until the exterior part of the roof looks a little bit like this. And now I've just got to more or less replicate this across this entire roof here. We're going to have different spans and stuff depending on where it's crossing, but let me go and do that and show you the final result. And there is our final bit of roof done as well. It certainly lets in a lot of light into this station so it keeps being nice and bright like how I wanted it to be. Now in terms of like actually finishing off this building, I do need to build some of our walls down towards our road here. We're probably going to add some greenery on top of the wall as well, just so it's not all a bunch of tough bricks. So, we're more or less going to start with our grass coming off the edge of our tough bricks here, as I think this comes out far enough already. And as we get towards the center here, I'm going to use some of our layered limestone here to be the edge of where we're going to continue our tiny tough bricks for a little bit, coming out from the center of the station. And then start throwing in some copycat stairs to some stairs, obviously, all the way down to the lower level. And from these stairs, we're going to have a smaller little platform here before adding even more stairs for this to bring it all the way down to the actual main ground bit. And we'll repeat that on this side as well. And of course, we are going to start wrapping around this wall. So we're going to throw some pillars down with about a 4-block gap. And I actually pushed this back just a little bit so that it works better with our stairs here. But we're gonna just pretty much use all the same kind of limestone bricks that we were using before, with the addition of some more of our steps as well to help split this up. And actually the one thing I'm going to do is replace this one with an actual limestone wall properly, just to give that wall a bit more depth. Now, I'm going to more or less repeat this design across here, but this bit's going to look at least a little bit different at first. Still got our same old blocks as before. We are going to make it a little bit prettier by throwing in some glowstone, wrapping that around in our polished cut limestone, and then more or less continuing what we did over here with our walls and stuff. And then finish that off with a bit more of our layered limestone and a metal fence on top of that. And now this is the design that I want to replicate throughout the wall, so I'm going to go do that. There we go, that is that pretty much done. I've wrapped these walls all the way around to the sides of our building here, as well as actually on the other side as well. Still got some holes to fill in and such, but this is a pretty good start to things, and we still have access to this side of the track as well if you want to build anything over here. And then on the inside, I've mostly just added some seating with some more of our azalea leaves, a little bit of a kind of podium thing over here, and I kind of duplicated that on all the 4 different sides of our station. And unfortunately, I have run out of time this week to do anything more. This was a very build heavy week, so hopefully I can get into more create stuff next week. And I'll definitely be figuring out exactly where the road in front of the station is going to go, as I didn't quite have enough time to get that done and ready. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who subscribed in the last video. That video really took off for some reason. I think it's sitting at about 23,000 views at the moment after only a couple of days, so that was definitely a surprise. But anyway, thanks again everyone, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye for now.